this time around. Oh my god. Alright, it's one of them days, guys. One of them days. Sorry. Uh, hopefully everything will work. Hopefully everything will be good today. I'm trying desperately to get it all to work. This morning, I was kind of afraid I wouldn't be able to do this today because my internet's been acting a little bit weird today. So we'll have to make sure, check and see if it's gonna work today or not. Hopefully everything will be good. Okay. Oh my goodness. There's a lot going on right now. So many things. So super hot. It's way hotter than I expected it to be. So as I understand it, the we are good to continue on to the story with after ending A. We apparently have enough, or apparently got enough the first time through to make proceeding onward safe, not having to do a bunch of backtracking. So that's nice. That's good stuff. I like it. Anywho, might as well just go ahead and get started. Well, I'll give another minute or two actually. What to talk about? Like the stream. There you go. That's what I should talk about. I love it. I love talking about it. And I should get my chat bot running. That would also be useful. Just in case. Just in case. I think I'm now I'm worried. I think I'm running under the right. I think I'm running under the right stream. Yeah. Excellent. All things are running and connected. Cool. Alright. Now let's go. No more time to wait. Kainé must be played.
Whenever I interacted with Kainé, I was reminded about something from my past. Maybe my mind has been confusing her with my sister this whole time. Anyway.
So it's gonna be strictly post coming out of petrification. So maybe we get a little bit more backstory out of her. Well, I'm sure we will at some point, but oh, it's more of this. If I am to believe the rumors, so it's more lack of more lack of budget to complete the game. Apparently. Alrighty. Sound of rain filled the village. The steep cliffs that surround the area magnified sound, causing even the slightest drizzle to rattle like a thunderstorm. Then wisps of smoke streamed off from huts as the villagers huddled in their homes and waited out the rain. A single child, however, had braved the downpour and was now wandering slowly toward the wooden hawk-shaped weather vane at the center of town. The wanderer reached the vane, which had existed for as long as any could remember, and stared. The child's face was simultaneously delicate and fierce, like a teacup that has survived a shipwreck. Okay. Those traits combined with pale white skin to give the face an almost sexless quality. If the beak turns east, I go home. If it stays west, then I... Then what? You just sit there and wait? The child blinked. The rain slowly dripped down the young one's short hair and began its long descent to the ground. Come on. Come on. The child felt a slight breeze and watched as the vane slowly creaked to life. Spinning this way and that for a moment, it finally settled with its beak pointing firmly toward the east. It's a sign. A sign from the Lord. East. Really? Before the vane could move again, a jagged rock came spinning and tumbling through the air, striking home against the child's head. The force of the blow dropped the child to the ground as a hail of stones began to fall all around. Holy shit. Hey Wolfer, we're doing great. Kainé is not doing well right now. Oh no, they found me. A heartbreaking smile crept across the child's face as the stones continued their assault. Through the rain, the sound of multiple footsteps grew louder before a voice rang out. Yoo-hoo, Kainé! The voice belonged to Demo, worst of all the bullies in the area. Oh, okay. This is the area. Okay. As Kainé struggled to stand, a final stone came skittering through the mud and bounced against her foot. Blood oozed from a cut above her eye and blurred her vision, but she could make out the shapes of Demo and his usual gang of idiots. The boy seemed taken aback for a moment by Kainé's seeming indifference to the blood dripping from her face, but quickly regained his bravado. What's up, freak? You like the rain? You like getting all wet? Or did you finally decide to run away from home? Though she knew it was futile, Kainé turned to leave. Before she could get more than a few steps, the other children scrambled to surround her, cruelty burning in their eyes. Kainé knew those were not the only eyes on her. The tormentor's parents watched from the safety of their homes. She was attuned to this sensation. It was one she had experienced many times before. While some villagers simply turned a blind eye to the actions of the children, many encouraged it openly. In a society ruled by superstition and fear, Kainé had something to be hated and, if possible, destroyed. I didn't say you could leave, freak. Demo's words chewed at her like a worm through an apple. He can't hurt me, she lied to herself. Be brave, be strong. He can't hurt me. He can't hurt. He can't. Yeah. Oh, look, the little freak's gonna cry. What's wrong? Are you sad that everyone hates you when you wants you dead? Yeah, why would you be sad about that, you sissy? What the fuck? Yeah. Kainé prayed for the rain to flood down and carry her away from a world that seemed to have no place for her. But if there were gods, they chose to ignore her. As Demo crept ever closer, the clouds began to thin and the rain slowed. Even the weather hates me. I'm useless, a failure. I wish Demo's rock had taken my head off. Kainé couldn't meet Demo's leering gaze as she lowered her eyes and stared at the muddy ground below. The bully moved forward until he was inches away. She could smell the scent of old meat on his breath. The boy grabbed Kainé's face with thick fingers and yanked it upward. She tried to turn away, but he forced her gaze back and jammed his thumb against her eyelid to pry her open. Holy shit. Show me. No. Did you just say no? Demo grinned evilly. You don't say no to me. No one says no to me. Not even taking his attention from Kainé, he called to his cohorts. Come on, guys. Let's give the freak what she deserves. As soon as Demo finished, kicks and blows began to rain down upon Kainé. Demo paused, still grinning, as Kainé curled into a ball and tried to make the pain stop. God, okay. I don't get you, freak. What you acting like a girl for, huh? Everyone knows what you really are. Kainé ignored the question, choosing instead to stare at the weather vane. It continued to point east as if supremely confident about the future it had chosen for her. Go home? Yeah, that's a funny joke for someone with dead parents and no home to go to. Freak, chanting the children. Freak, freak, freak. Jeez. What the hell's with this story, man? Come on, Yoko. Come on, Yoko Taro. What's up? What's up, man? Who hurt you, man? Who hurt you? Kainé closed her eyes and listened to the rain, waiting for the pain to start again. As the clutching hands of the village children closed around her, she bent her mind to the sound of the rain, letting it become her world entire. Okay. The rain fell, but the pain never came. Only when the laughter of her tormentors turned to terrified cries did she dare open a single blood-caked eye. Kainé was shocked to see Demo sprawled on the ground, holding his head and screaming in pain. She could see blood welling from spaces between his fat, twisted fingers. Oh my god, he's crying. He's actually crying. Deprived of their leader, the other children glanced back and forth between themselves, as if waiting for someone to step forward and take charge. When no savior emerged, they began an uneasy shuffle away from Kainé. But the young girl was the least of their concerns. Instead, their attention was rapt on the ancient woman standing a few feet away. Oh, I thought maybe Kainé's powers had lashed out. After struggling for breath for a moment, she finally spoke in a voice thick with rage. Okay, this is where she started. Okay, hurts like a bitch, don't it? Now I suggest you scatter before I throw another one. If any of you little bastards ever touch Kainé again, I'll do far worse than throw a rock. You can count on it. The old woman crouched down and gently touched the hand Demo was using to cover the wound. Before he could think to protest, she ground her palm into the wound and twisted back and forth. Jesus. Ow, he screamed, leaping to his feet. Stop it, what are you doing? Quit whining, ain't no one ever died from a scratch. You hit me with a rock, you stupid bitch, a big one. That thing could have killed me. The old woman shrugged. Death is the best cure for stupid. That's quite the philosophy, yeah, I like it. That's good. Demo's face twisted with rage at her words. Locking his eyes on Kainé, he took a step backward and spat on the ground. Get out, leave this village, no one wants you here, either of you. Seeing the old woman grab another stone, Demo and his companions turned tail and ran. As they fled, the old woman grabbed her side and barked out a single laugh. Ah, look at the fat boy go. Guess he's healthy enough to run from a fight. The woman's smile faded as she turned her attention to Kainé. Kneeling down, she removed her shawl and placed it around the young girl's shoulders, then produced a cloth from the folds of her dress and began blotting at the blood on her forehead. Oh, Kainé, she said, why didn't you fight back? You're stronger than that lot. The words of her grandmother stunned Kainé, and she turned away. Don't be nice to me, she said. I don't deserve it. Nothing matters anymore. So sad. Her tears, held in check for so long, finally began to fall on the muddy ground below. Yeah, best grandma. She taught her how to swear. Everyone hates me. They think I cause bad things to happen. They think I'm a freak. I wish I was dead. As Kainé's tears turned to sobs, she felt her grandmother's hands on her shoulder. Despite her advanced age and diminutive size, she was a woman of surprising strength, and Kainé found herself unable to turn away. Don't talk like that, girl. It's a river wide and deep that flows between the realms of this world and the next. It grants no mercy to any that attempt to cross it. You got a duty to fight until your last breath. Understand? The old woman tightened her grip and tried to still the tremor in her voice. You know the pain of losing someone close to you, Kainé. You know because you survived it. As the words hit home, Kainé was struck by the force of her love for the old woman. As a young child, she didn't even know of her grandmother. When her parents died, the woman quickly accepted her as her own. Grandma, as Kainé called her, was cunning, vulgar, and quick to violence, and their first few years together had not been easy. But with each year that passed, Kainé and her grandmother were growing closer. However, it was only now, sitting in the mud with tears and blood caking her face, that Kainé truly understood the depths of her affection. Here was a woman who had seen hard times, who had seen death, who had fought through all these things and somehow emerged on the other side. If anyone could understand Kainé's pain and loneliness, it was her. Do I make you sick, Grandma? Of course not. Don't be an ass. That's a good answer. I like it. Kainé drew her grandmother's moth-eaten shawl around her body and shuddered. But my body, it's not normal. If I was normal, then Mom and Dad wouldn't... Hush, hush, interrupted Grandma. I'll not hear another word of this nonsense. You're my granddaughter and I love you, and if folks have a problem with that, they can just go to hell. Yeah. That's the truth of it. That's the kind of wisdom you get with old age. With that, the old woman reached out and placed a wreath of dried flowers in Kainé's hair. The skill it took to bend the flowers without breaking the stems or losing a single petal was remarkable, and the beauty of it made Kainé want to cry all over again. Oh my gosh, these are lunar tears. Grandma, you made this for me? Lunar tears were legendary flowers. Most people could live their entire lives without ever seeing one. And yet her grandma had somehow collected a dozen or more. Kainé reached up and touched the wreath as if she couldn't believe it was real. So that explains her obsession with flowers and stuff. Okay. Yeah, Starbrain, that would really suck if something happened to her. Well, where did you find these? Just stumbled on them while I was out doing the shopping. The woman turned away as she spoke, leading Kainé to suspect that the search had been more difficult than she was letting on. The pains she took to construct the ornament, let alone track down the flowers used in its construction, made Kainé's heart hurt. She reached up and gently adjusted the wreath, admiring the way it felt between her fingers. Didn't quite turn out right, said her grandmother as she squinted at it. These old hands have trouble with delicate work, but it sure looks good on a pretty girl like you. Kainé blushed and turned away. You think I'm pretty? Of course you are. What a fool thing to say. Thank you, Grandma. Aw. Her grandmother smiled. We're gonna be fine, you and me, she said. As long as we got each other, we'll be just fine. Yeah, I asked about that. Yeah. Anyway, Kainé took her grandmother's hand in hers, and the two of them struggled to their feet. As they began the long walk home, Kainé gripped the hand with all her might, as if trying to stop smoke from drifting away on the wind. The rain had stopped. Kainé stood beneath the weather vane, watching it spin in lazy circles, no longer caring about the direction it faced when it stopped. I don't need to escape. I have a home now. Grandma loves me, and that's enough. Even if it's us against the world. Kainé let her gaze drift up past the vane and into the cloudy sky. The last faint hints of a rainbow were slowly fading. As she turned and headed for home, the light scattered into a million particles and vanished, seemingly taken away by the breeze. Oh my god. I like backstory. Can I at least play a game though? I would like to play a game. So yeah, I don't think they've said exactly what killed her parents thus far, but I have a guess. Thank you, Whoever. I appreciate it. Oh, all right. In the distance, Kainé heard the steady sounds of an axe striking wood. The noise had a purposeful quality to it, as if she was hearing a master woodsman go about his work. The firewood being produced, however, was as far from a work of art as it could be. Pieces of every shape and size were being flung about a barren yard with a wild abandon. Anyone trying to stack such wood would probably die of frustration before the job was through. Stupid piece of shit axe. Kainé's grandmother flailed away with the axe, filling the air with both splinters of wood and words that would make the most hardened sailor blush. Grandma, called Kainé. That you, Kainé? Yelled the old woman, taking her eyes off the wood for a moment. Don't get too close or I might take your goddamn foot off by mistake. She brought the axe down on a piece of wood, sending chips flying in every direction. One spun past Kainé's close enough. Kainé, the little accent on the E always makes me think there's like an apostrophe there. Past Kainé close enough for her to hear the whistle, at which point she decided to step back. Once she scuttled to a safe distance, she cupped her hands around her mouth and shouted, "Grandma! Do you need help? I can get you water or lunch or a new axe or something." The axe poised to strike another wobbly blow, paused in midair. The old woman considered her granddaughter's offer for a moment, then smiled. "Tell you what, since I'm going to do such a piss-poor job of chopping, why don't you come here and take over so I can go get the water? Shades have been restless lately, and I don't want you running into one of them bastards." Relinquishing the axe, her grandmother picked up a long pole with wooden buckets on either end. Gathering water was by far the more difficult of the two jobs, but Kainé knew better than to complain. Once Grandma's mind was set, there was no change in it. Kainé did her best to help with chores, but Grandma took every task that required travel to the village. Though she had a long list of plausible excuses, Kainé knew the real reason. She didn't want her granddaughter to be taunted and harassed by the villagers. That is a very, very real worry, I would assume. Oh, also, this is a weird time to put it, but the Streamlabs had a problem again today of not wanting to do ultra low latency, so the space between when you type something and when I see it might be a little bit long today. Yeah, I think so, Starbane. I think that's how you say it. I think that's how they've said it in the game thus far. Once Kainé moved in, Grandma decided to take up residence a good distance from the area. Out of sight, out of mind seemed to be the best policy when it came to the villagers and their granddaughter, and rare were the days when any but the two of them could be found on the rocky acre of land they called home. Yeah, the villagers in the town seem to have a very, if any sufficient problem comes along, they just close themselves up in their house, so they seem to have a strong philosophy of just don't worry about it. Kainé enjoyed the solitude, but harbored a secret resentment that her grandmother was forced to spend her golden years in such a place. After watching her grandmother leave, Kainé turned her attention to the task at hand. She had never chopped wood before in her life, and soon discovered why the old woman hated the chore. Swing after swing of the axe produced only a tiny crack in the wood, and when she finally managed to connect with a solid stroke, the tool embedded itself in the log and refused to budge. Frustrated, Kainé swung the axe around her head and threw it, log and all, across the yard. Damn it! Crap. she's still getting the hang for the cursing. She suddenly understood the joy her grandmother felt in the good curse. Happier now, she picked up the axe, forced it from the wood, and resumed chopping. She had natural skill with a blade, but the task was challenging, and blisters soon began to form on her small pink hands. This is tough, and my logs are all weird sizes. Spitting on her palms and ignoring the pain, Kainé redoubled her efforts. Just as she was developing a rhythm, Grandma returned from the village. Setting down her buckets with a small sigh, she took She took a look at one of. Okay, give me a sec. I have to mentally collect myself. Okay. She took one look at the logs and coughed out a wheezy laugh. Pretty clumsy, girl. You better practice if you... Her grandmother suddenly collapsed to her knees, causing one of the buckets to wobble precariously. Eyes wide, Kainé dropped the axe and ran to her grandmother's side. Grandma! Oh no. The woman shook her head and pointed a trembling finger at the bucket. Get the bucket. Can't let it spill. Kainé steadied the bucket with a foot as she knelt by her grandmother. A small bit of water sloshed over the side and made a new home in the hem of her dress, but Kainé didn't notice. Grandma, what's happening? Crazed with panic, she grabbed her grandmother by the shoulders and shook. After a moment, the woman lifted her arms and batted Kainé away. Stop that. Just stop, she cried, breathing heavily. It ain't like I'm dying. Just tired from the trip is all. Kainé desperately wanted to believe her, but one look at the old woman's shaking hands and worn face told her more than words ever could. Her grandmother had lived a long, hard life, and it seemed the bill was finally coming due. The time when her grandmother watched over Kainé was ending. Sooner than either of them had feared, the positions would be reversed. The next morning, Kainé came to the side of her grandmother's bed and took her wrinkled hand. Grandma, you're sick and you need medicine. I'm going to the village. The woman shook her head and tried to rise, but Kainé gently pushed her down. It's all right, she said. I'll be fine. Her grandmother fixed her with a gaze that could melt steel. After what seemed an eternity, she finally lowered her head, her eyes, and sighed. Well, I don't like it, goddammit. But I guess I should quit being so stubborn and let you grow up. The woman watched as Kainé strapped on her boots and made her way down the road to the village. Hours later, as an unseen sun made its way across a dark and rainy sky, she was still watching. Oh. Kainé moved at a brisk pace, checking her pockets every few minutes to make sure the money her grandmother gave her was still there. Every noise caused her to spin on her heels, making sure she wasn't being stalked by a shade, or worse, Demo and his gang. Yes, the town bullies are far worse than dealing with shades. But she encountered neither tormentors nor shades, and Kainé finally found herself at the entrance to the village. The few adults she could see glanced sideways at her, then muttered to each other behind raised hands before slinking away into the shadows. Her heart racing, Kainé took a series of rapid, shallow breaths and tried to calm herself. I have to prove myself. I have to help Grandma. I have to be strong. She chanted those words to herself over and over as she slowly made her way. Finally, her eyes settled on a rotund older woman who was angrily waving her arms in the air and telling anyone who would listen exactly what she thought of Kainé's presence. Hey, lady, said Kainé with bravado she did not feel. Where's the apothecary? The woman's flabby cheeks shook in bewildered anger. How dare this thing speak to me, they seemed to say. But Kainé saw that her eyes held a different emotion, fear. Yeah, we're both scared, lady. Trust me on this one. Jeez. Which way? Kainé repeated. The woman pointed at a small building to her right before hitching up her dress and stumbling off in the other direction. Kainé cringed, expecting the stone to come flying from the assembled crowd, but none came. Her mind was filled with a strange sense of pride as she made her way to the apothecary, but the new emotion had little time to take root, for as soon as she opened the door, she noticed a familiar customer at the counter. It was Demo. He'd clearly been sent here on some kind of family errand, because his gang of followers was nowhere to be found. Ah, this is the time. This is the opportunity. Oh my god, he sputtered. I mean, what are you doing here, freak? The insult was delivered without force, and Kainé happily ignored it. Stretching on tiptoes to see over the counter, she asked the shopkeeper for the medication. Ha, barked Demo. That little bitch finally keel over? Oh, don't talk about the grandmother. Don't do that. That's a mistake. Yeah. Go to hell, Demo. The boy's eyes grew so wide they seemed ready to fall out of his head, but before he could let fly a comeback, or worse, a punch, the apothecary told them to knock it off before he kicked them out of the store. Demo slunk out of the shop, cursing Kainé under his breath. Once he was gone, she allowed herself to breathe once more, taking a brief tour of the shop while the owner prepared the medication. Countless tiny bottles filled the cramped store, each with a label written in some indecipherable language. An ocean of aromas assaulted her nose, creating a scent that was exotic but not altogether unpleasant. Seeing such a variety of supplies gave Kainé a sense of peace. Surely, in a world so vast, there would be a place where she could call home. You would think that. On the far wall, behind the counter, rested the portrait of a stunning young girl. The picture had once contained bright, vibrant colors, but time had worked its cruel magic, and they were beginning to fade. The beauty of the work, however, remained undiminished. You like that picture? Kainé turned to find the apothecary with a small vial of medicine in his hand. His eyes were gentle but sad, and they seemed to stare through her and into nothing as he spoke. That's my daughter. I sketched her when she was just a little girl. She's been dead a long time now. Everyone's dead. Everyone's dead. Kainé didn't know how to respond. She just stared at the portrait and tried to come up with the right words. Pictures are wonderful things, continued the shopkeeper. They let the ones closest to you live on forever. He shook his head slightly, then looked down at Kainé and smiled. And he heard the medicine. He reached into a sizable green apron and produced a handful of old wax crayons. You should have these. There's no one left that I wish to draw. Kainé took an instinctive step back, causing the shopkeeper's face to darken. Yes, I've heard the rumors about you, he said. It's a small village and the word travels quickly. Between you and me, I'm not sure which of them to believe, but I also don't think they matter much. I know your grandmother, Ali, and I think the way she is driven out of this town is just deplorable. So her mother is a goddess of death, apparently. Grandma's name is Kali, thought Kainé suddenly. She was still mulling this new fact over in her mind as she reached out and gently took the crayons from the apothecary's hand. Your grandmother's an old friend of mine, he said to Kainé as she scooted away yet again. I owe her much. I wager she would like it if you drew her a picture of her. Yes, I think she would like it very much. Kainé murmured a quiet agreement, but inside her heart was bursting. Never before had the villager treated her with anything but complete contempt. It was a tiny, almost imperceptible step, but it was a step nonetheless, and with enough tiny steps, she might one day discover the rest of the world. When Kainé returned home, she found her grandmother asleep in her bed. Her feet were blackened and raw, even bleeding a bit in places, leading Kainé to think that she had been pacing around the room until exhaustion finally caught up with her. Yeah, didn't need to beat up Grandma. She placed the medicine by her grandmother's pillow and turned to leave, but found the old woman's hand clasped around her arm. Back already, are you? Asked the grandmother with a yawn. Come here and let me have a look at you. Grandma sat up and examined Kainé from head to toe. Finally satisfied nothing terrible had befallen her grandchild, she leaned back and allowed herself to relax. Well, how was it? Those bastards give you any trouble? It was kind of fun, said Kainé with a small smile. No, seriously, it was. Fun, eh? Asked her grandmother with a voice which implied she believed anything but. Uh-huh. So anytime you want me to run an errand, just let me know. As she spoke, Kainé removed the crayons from her pocket. After a brief explanation of their source, she informed her grandmother that she was going to sketch her a portrait. Wonder how good that will look. Anyway, a portrait of me? Ridiculous. No one wants to stare at a wrinkled old crone. Your grandma will make you live forever. Horse shit, said her grandmother, throwing back the sheet from her bed. Living forever would just piss me off. I'll put those crowns away and help with dinner. But Kainé would not relent, and in the end, Grandma found herself leaning against the wall of their house as if posing for a master artist. Kainé took up the crayons, eyed her subject carefully, then set to work. Just as her grandmother was about to nod off, Kainé finished the piece. After staring at it for a bit, she released it from her grasp and let it slowly drift to the floor. It's terrible. Doesn't look like you at all. I'm sorry, Grandma. I thought these crayons would, make drawing easier or something. That's not how it works, unfortunately. It'd be nice if it did. The old woman's eyes narrowed at the granddaughter's disappointment. Let me be the judge of that, she said, ignoring the pain in her back and reaching for the paper. The sketch could have been of a person's face. It also could have been of a boulder, a lump of clay, or an incredibly misshapen loaf of bread, all rendered in a chaotic array of colors. The old woman stared at the picture for a long time, then slowly wheezed out a laugh. Oh, Kainé, she said between laughter, you truly are my blood. You're as clumsy as me and I love it. Yeah, but I won't hear any more bull about how ugly you think it is. It came from the heart and I'll treasure it always. True to her word, the old woman gave the picture a place of honor above the kitchen table. In the days that followed, Kainé would often catch her staring at the portrait with a strange smile on her face. An action she interpreted as silent, mocking laughter. A week later, Kainé could stand it no more and asked her grandmother to take the artwork down. Posh, said the old woman. I'll take it down when they roll me in my shroud. She pondered for a bit, then turned to Kainé and dropped to one knee. Listen to me, girl. Seeing this picture makes me happy in a way I've never felt before. It makes me want to go on, but so that someday you can feel the same happiness. It was a moment that burned itself into Kainé's memory, a perfect blend of pride and joy and love. They came together to form a lifelong remembrance. She swore to never forget this moment, to never forget the old woman who had made her place in the world possible. Time moves on, people and memories move in and out of life like ghosts passing through a hall. But this moment will be different, Kainé swore, because I will remember it forever. Yeah, Starman, yeah. The tools can only do so much, you know? Forever. So I assume these are all things that she's going over in her head as she's been petrified in stone. No, but that no, but this talk with the crayons and stuff reminds you of the reminds me anyway of the riddle of steel, you know, from Conan. You guys ever heard the riddle of steel? Anyway, Kanye listened to the sound of crackling firewood and stared at the black object on her plate. She'd been pushing it around the wooden disc for a good 10 minutes, ignoring the bemused stare of her grandmother. Finally, she summoned her courage and gave the object a brief sniff. A sharp, bitter scent flew up her nostrils and made its home there, causing her face to twist with disgust. Grandma, I can't believe you want me to eat a bug. The old woman threw some more wood under the cooking pot and snorted. It's no bug, you fool girl, it's a berry. Why the hell would I be feeding you bugs? Yeah, well, it sure looks like a bug, said Kainé, and I think it's burnt or something because it smells terrible. With that, Kainé held her nose and threw the berry in her mouth, chewing as little as possible. Oh yeah, that's terrible, all right. Why, you little brat, laughed the old woman. Oh, you guys haven't heard of? Oh, okay. Well, maybe I'll do something here in a second then. Well, I thought when Kainé was in the petrification, maybe she was in a coma and not like thinking at all. But I guess she was kind of in a sleep. But look at the sass on you. You've been spending too much time with me, and that's a fact. 5 years had passed since the moment when Kainé's grandmother saved her from the bullies. As is often the way with two stubborn people, their relationship had grown in fits and starts, but moved forward all the same. Meals that used to be somber affairs were now filled with laughter and hurled abuse in equal measure. Kainé could not remember a time when she had been happier. As the years went by, Kainé started to shoulder more and more of the daily responsibilities. Grandmother's legs grew weaker by the day, and she could no longer do many of the chores she used to take for granted. And so this morning found Kainé lacing up her work boots with a breakfast of burned berry rolling through her belly. Where are you going today? Asked Grandma suddenly. Kainé looked up surprised. The old woman rarely asked for specifics anymore. Well, I was going to check out the kelma trees to see if they were ripe, but I thought we could make some jam or something. Oh, and I'm going to pick up some flagstones. So I need to take the wheelbarrow. Flagstones? What the hell for? Kainé stared at her grandmother, then held out an arm and swept it around their home. Constructed mostly of cloth, rope, and rubble, the old place sagged like a boxer in the final round. That's quite the metaphor. I like that. Grandma, a dying cat could chew through this house. I'm going to build a stone wall so we have some protection. The old woman laughed, exposing her toothless grin to the world. Goddamn, girl, if a bunch of thieves want to ransack this old place, let them come. We got nothing worth stealing anyway. I'm not worried about thieves, I'm worried about shades. People saw one west of the village yesterday. The old woman tilted her head and stared at her granddaughter. Well, shoot. I don't know what I have to do today. We can worry about it some other. Grandma? No. If I don't go to the Kelma trees, we won't eat tonight. You know that. A confused expression passed across the old woman's face, and for a moment she was a small child lost at the carnival. Yes, she said after a bit. Yes, of course you're right. I'm sorry, Kainé. Lately it seems my mind is. She didn't finish the thought. Instead of walking over to her nightstand and gently touching the wreath of taking the wreath of lunar tears from the drawer. Flower's petals had aged to a brilliant whiteness, and Kainé thought it was more beautiful now than the day she had first received it. You're gonna be a true woman soon, Grandma said as she placed the flowers in the girl's hair. So that means less chatter about shades and building defensive walls, and more talk about how beautiful you've become. Annoyed, Kainé reached up to remove the garland, but the look on her grandmother's face stopped her hand. You're a beautiful thing, said the old woman, and there ain't another like you in all the world. I'm very proud of you. Okay, Grandma, that's enough goddamn compliments for one day. Such a mouth on you. Where did it come from? Gee, I wonder. I'll teach you to sass me, girl, yelled Grandma. Suddenly, she lurched forward and grabbed Kainé by the ears, pulling her around the room with a crazed grin on her face. Oh, man, this is good. This is fun stuff. Grandma, yelled Kainé in a quaking voice. Grandma, stop it. What the hell? The woman stared at her, blinked, and slowly held her wrinkled hands out as if it was the first time she had ever seen them. Oh, I don't know what happened there. I'm sorry, girl. Sometimes my mind just... Kainé thought the look on her grandmother's face was the most heartbreaking thing she'd ever seen. Listen, she began. Maybe I should stay home after all. Ugh. That's, yeah. That's always sad to see. No, I won't have you stay here to keep an eye on an old codger like me. You must get you'll get your fruit in your wall and whatnot. I'll be fine. When you come back, I'll have a nice grasshopper dinner waiting for you. Always the bugs. Kainé rolled her eyes, and kissed her grandmother on the forehead and made ready to depart, trying desperately to ignore the worry that was gnawing at the walls of her heart. Kainé could feel the old woman's eyes watching her as she moved down the path. Don't turn around, she told herself, but in the end, temptation was too great. She spun on her heel and for one final look and saw a small bent woman standing in front of a ramshackle hut with a sad expression on her face. God, she looks so old now. It's like the wind could reach down and just carry her away. Kainé worried about her grandmother all day, causing her work to suffer. What little fruit she could collect was tossed carelessly into the wheelbarrow, and she only found a couple stones before losing interest in the project. Finally, as dusk approached, she decided to call it a day. Cursing herself for lack of focus, Kainé pushed the nearly empty wheelbarrow back down the path. As she crested the final hill and she suddenly froze in place, the wheelbarrow fell from her fingers and collapsed on its side, sending a few pieces of wrinkled brown fruit rolling back down the hill. Her gaze was transfixed by a thick black cloud that hovered just ahead. Tracing its path with a finger, Kainé suddenly felt her stomach knot in on itself. No, oh gods, no. Her grandmother's house was ablaze, the flames licking up as if trying to touch the sky itself. Grandma, Grandma! Kainé ran then, faster than she had ever moved in her life. Once she tripped on a stone and went sprawling into the rocky ground, but she leapt to her feet and continued running, unmindful of the blood that spilled from her wounded hands and knees. As she got closer and closer, Kainé began to race in time with her footfalls. It's too dark, not just fire. Can't be fire, too much smoke. Gotta save her. She burst into the front yard and came to a sudden halt, her worst suspicions fulfilled. Confirmed. What the fuck? The smoke from the fire was mingling with the thick, inky blackness of an enormous shade. The massive creature supported itself on 3 twisted feet and achieved balance through a means of a large, armored tail. Scales, horns, and claws sprouted from its body in a random, chaotic pattern, giving it the appearance of a lizard designed by some insane god. Seeing Kainé, it let out a roar and flicked its tail, sending small whirlwinds spinning around the yard. For a moment, the creature retreated into a shimmering black, inky blackness, as if her mind was unable to comprehend that such a thing could actually exist. But the smell hit her, a blend of rotted meat and excrement, and the horror became real once more. The creature bellowed again, and this time Kainé responded with a scream of her own. "Alright, you bastard," she thought after her scream echoed off the high cliffs around them. "It's you or me, let's go." The shade eyed Kainé with amused interest, then they began looking from her to the house and back again, as if urging her to look at the destruction it had so gleefully wrought. With dread building in her heart, Kainé glanced towards the house. Through the smoke and flames, she spotted a small figure struggling to escape the ruins. "Grandma!" The sound of her voice, the old woman began waving frantically. "She's alive," thought Kainé, alive. Kainé's legs sprang to life as she raced across the yard towards the flaming wreckage of the house. Before she could advance more than a few steps, the shade opened its mouth and let out a roar powerful enough to uproot trees and send them flying. The blast sent Kainé tumbling through the air before smashing her against the rocky earth. Stars danced in front of her eyes as she tried to remember how her legs worked. "Get up! Get up!" As Kainé struggled to her feet, the shade stomped towards the house and pinned her grandmother to the ground with the tip of a claw. The woman struggled to move the claw from her stomach, but she might as well have been pushing them against the mountain. She coughed briefly, sending a small spray of blood into the air, then collapsed to the ground, her energy spent. Kainé lurched to her feet, only to fall back down to earth with a gasp. Her ankles were on fire, one or both of them were surely broken. Ignoring the pain that screamed through her body, she began dragging herself across the ground, leaving a drunken trail of dust and blood in her wake. "Grandma, hold on, just a little longer." Grandma's face was turning blue, her eyes rolling back until only the whites were exposed. Kainé pulled herself across the ground with maddening slowness, the distance seeming to increase with every second that passed. The shade glanced between the two women and flicked out its tongue, its giant mouth turning up at the corners. Short, panting breaths belched from somewhere deep inside its core. "Bastard, laughing at us." She had no idea how such a mindless creature could experience emotion, but there could be no doubt the shade was taking joy in their suffering. "Yeah, I see your plan." The shade moved its claws slightly, allowing Grandma to breathe again. It was clearly keeping her alive, only to snuff out her life when Kainé was close enough to touch her. "Jeez. I'm gonna kill this bastard." Summoning all her strength, Kainé rose to her feet. There was a sickening snap from her right ankle as the foot twisted backwards, but she forced it from her mind and began to hobble toward the monster. Pulling a small knife from the pouch at her waist, she leapt on the foot that pinned her grandmother and plunged the weapon deep. "Gee, this is fucked up." "Give her back," she screamed. "Give her back to me." It was like stabbing a rock. After a few swipes, the knife broke at the hilt with a dull snap. The shade planted laughter again, then raised its tail and sent it rushing through the air toward the young girl that was latched to its foot. Kainé never had a chance. The tail struck her square in the chest and sent her crashing to the burning wreckage of the home. As she lay on the ground with blood pouring from multiple wounds, a small, weak voice spoke up. "Kainé?" Kainé's vision blurred, but she forced herself to focus on the sound. Finally, her eyes cleared enough for her to make out her grandmother's hands reaching out to her through the smoke. "Grandma?" "Kainé, you gotta run. You can't best this one." Kainé grabbed the hands and held on with all her strength. "Grandma, come on, we have to go." The woman coughed loudly, one of her hands, slick with blood, slipped from Kainé's grasp and thumped to the ground below. "Grandma, no!" "I said run, goddammit. You have to. You have to live. You have to get through." The thought would stay forever unfinished. Before she could say another word, the shade's clawed foot descended, smashing through the remains of the roof and down upon the shattered figure of the old woman. Blood oozed from gaps in the creature's toes as the terrible, putrid smell assaulted Kainé's nose once again. She stared at the foot, dumbfounded, convinced that what she was seeing could not possibly be real. When the creature finally lifted its appendage, all that remained underneath was a twisted, unrecognizable mass of rubble and red. Her grandmother was gone. Kainé blinked, trying to feel the hands which had been in hers just a moment before. For a fleeting instant, she could remember the warmth of that embrace, the trembling of the fingers, but then the sensation drifted away on the breeze and was gone. Memories flashed through Kainé's mind, one after the other, faster and faster, till it became a meaningless jangle of noise. Kainé screamed then, a thunderous sound that echoed off the cliffs and seemed to roll away forever. The shade eased forward, black ichor pouring from its mouth and dissolving into smoke on the ground. The earth shook with every step as it crept towards its prey. Kainé's body slowly rose as if controlled by a mad puppet master. Her arms and legs were bent at impossible angles. Her head lolled dangerously to the side, yet somehow she managed to stand. Staring at the shade, her eyes began to glow with a deep red fire. There you go. The creature, so confident just moments before, took a slow, hesitant step backwards, trying to discern if this broken human could possibly pose a threat. Kainé seized the moment. Laughing like a madwoman, she leapt into the air and plunged the shattered hilt of her knife deep into the leg of the shade. The shade shook Kainé off like a fly, sending her crashing to the earth once again. Her chest rose and fell slowly, as if a great weight were resting on it. Moist sounds of pain echoed through her mind. Something warm and thick oozed from her ears. Jeez. Is that blood? Think it is. Think I'm bleeding to death. No, can't die. Grandma told me to live. Deep inside Kainé's mind, something finally broke. The sound, the pain, the smoke and flames, all of it faded away until all that remained was a single incantation repeated over and over again. Kill it. 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 Blah, 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 blah. Yep. Okay, lots of kills it. As the spark that was Kainé slowly began to flicker and die, she felt her desire to kill and her desire to live blend into one. The distance between heartbeats grew longer and longer and longer. And then she woke up. Yeah. Like almost anyone in the Yoko Taro story, her life has sucked heavily.
The beast approaches. Oh, I know.
That's depressing shit. Like that. Yeah. I imagine it's quite rough to be an outcast most of your life and having your only support system get taken away from you like that.
What anger this creature must have. How did it even survive these past 5 years?
I'm not gonna let this happen again. It dies today.
My sword feels lighter. It's not the blade, but the skill of the user. Strike it down.
So I thought we'd be playing as Kainé, but still NieR. Yeah, no time to be sad. We have to kill. Can it die, please, or? Here it goes. And advice for good Switch games? I don't know. The Switch is mainly like a indie game platform at the as far as I'm concerned. If you like Pokemon Snap, the Pokemon Snap just came out. Is there more reading? I just want to play the game. Gently, weakly, softly, the shade, sure that his tormentor was dead, turned and stomped off toward the horizon, stopping along the way to bellow one final roar. Pokemon Snap in N64. Yeah, this one's supposed to be a lot like that, with obvious improvements, but anyway. Couldn't kill it. Ashamed beyond imagining, Kainé tried to turn her head to the side, but only succeeded in coughing up a huge gout of blood. Ew, that's not good. It was getting difficult to see, and only after a moment of fierce concentration did she realize that her left eye was gone. Laughing to herself, she turned her remaining eye to the ruins of her home and noticed a ragged stump of arm resting a few feet away. Yeah, that's mine, she thought with a mad giggle. This is going to make clapping a real bitch. Well, at least she's taking it all in stride. Ha! Cried the sudden voice from within the depths of her mind. Finally gonna die, are you? Well, you had it coming. Go to hell, Demo, she thought as the unseen assailant. Go to hell before I pluck out your eyes and feed them to a dog. That's how I feel, Starbania. The voice of her childhood terror evaporated into smoke, only to be replaced by another, more recent voice. Hold still, said the apothecary, materializing from the ruins like a ghost. I want to draw you, that way you can live forever. No, stop. Don't want to live forever. I want to die right here. I see, he said quietly. Well, if that's what you want. The spectral shopkeeper floated in and out of existence for a moment, then produced a piece of paper and sketched it quickly. After a few seconds, he turned the page to Kainé and smiled. Since you rejected my offer, I decided to draw someone else. It was a picture of her grandmother, real as life. Kainé opened her mouth to thank the man, but stopped as the picture began to blacken in the middle. Before she could say anything, dozens of multi-legged insects began to swarm across the image, tearing at it with sharpened pincers. Stop! No, don't hurt the picture! Kainé reached out with her remaining arm and waved futilely at the air. To her surprise, the insects fell off the picture to the ground below, where they vanished in tiny black tendrils of smoke. Relieved, Kainé turned her good eye back to the picture, only to open her mouth in a silent scream. The sketch had now showed her grandmother as she truly was, a smashed, unrecognizable lump of nothing. The apothecary smiled, then broke into a jolly dance. See that? He cried as he danced his jig. It's perfect now. She looks just like you. Ha-cha-cha-cha. It's weird. You're weird. I look like that? Oh, God. Oh, God, I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. Drowning in despair, Kainé laid her head back in the mud and smoke of her ruined house and waited for the end to come. Just before she let everything go, an unfamiliar voice began whispering in her ear. Ain't you got a wish, Sunshine? The voice was vulgar and fierce at the same time, as if insanity had somehow found its way to take form. Kainé wanted to scream at the voice as the voice crawled under her skin, but her lungs refused to work. You know, a wish? Like a prayer or something? Why don't you get on your knees and start praying to heaven? Please, invisible man in the sky, save me, save me. Ha 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 ha. Kainé finally resorted to shouting at the voice with her mind. I don't make wishes, they don't come true for me. I'm a curse, a freak. I should be left to die. The other voice boomed in her ears. Bah ha ha. Oh God, you are the best. Kainé glanced down and saw a black, shiny substance oozing from her legs. She tried to brush it away, but her main arm would no longer respond. The substance slowly crept around her feet, and then began moving up toward the rest of her body. Is this death? Is this what it's like? Or is my mind just losing itself? She could feel the slime oozing upward. Feel the hot, searing pain it left in its wake. Whatever else might be happening, she was still alive, and this was real. Come on, said the voice, let it go. Kainé tried to ignore the voice and then concentrate on the pain, but the newcomer would have none of it. Don't ignore me, Sunshine. You're ready to give up, ready to die, so why not let me have it? Have what? Your body. Come on, give it to me. Give it to me. I want to stand on the ground, feel the rain, taste the wind. The voice paused as if licking its lips, then it resumed. It was filled with mad, unabated joy. I want to take your hands and use them to choke the goddamn life out of people. I want to tear out their throats and bathe in the blood just like before. In response, Kainé shifted her head and vomited. The warmth of it crept down her front and mingled with the pain of the encroaching black ooze. Are you a shade? Haha, yeah, maybe, what of it? The slime reached her face, crept up past her nose, and slowly oozed into the socket of her missing eye. The moment it touched her brain, Kainé was struck with the most powerful sensation she'd ever felt in her life. It was ecstasy. She wanted to scream with delight, but all she could manage was a small whispered moan. Feels good, don't it? Asked the voice with a chuckle. Yeah, what can I say? I know how to please the ladies. Now give me that body. Come on. Give me the body, and I'll give you more of this feeling. It's a fair trade. A black lump began to protrude from Kainé's side. As she watched, it grew longer and thicker, eventually taking the form of her missing arm. I can see better, she thought. My eye must be going back too. The slime reached up to envelop the rest of her face, but she managed to brush it away. Stop, she whispered, marveling at how she had regained her voice. Stop. Black Ooze hesitated, as if considering this request, then quickly shimmered down her body before disappearing into a cloud of smoke. Ah, what the hell, Sunshine? Screamed the voice. We had a deal. I thought you wanted to die. Grandma said I can't die yet. A brief image of her grandmother, bloodied and broken, flashed before her eyes. She saw this. She saw the shade that had killed her and heard its mocking laughter, then closed her eyes and forced the image from her mind. Her whole body was quaking with rage. She opened her eyes again. They burned bright red. That thing took my grandmother. I have to kill it before I die. Kainé glanced down and saw a mysterious pattern, the pattern of the shades, burn itself into her left arm. Well, I'll be damned, said the voice cheerfully. Look at that, Sunshine. I think you and me are going to be good friends now. Kainé stared intently at her arm. The more emotional she felt, the more the letters seemed ready to puncture her skin and begin infecting the rest of her body. The arm clearly had a will of its own now. Stop, gotta stop. Holding her left arm in her right, Kainé took a deep breath and tried to calm herself. Come on, don't fight it, pleaded the voice. Hate's my favorite dish, and I'm hungry. Let it go, feel the anger. Burn with the fire of revenge, thirst for blood, then go out there and... Shut up. Shut up and get the hell out of my body. Your body? That's rich, Sunshine. Real rich. Look, why don't you just up and die so I can have the body all to myself? What do you say? I bet those buddies of yours in the area would love to see you dead. Kainé grabbed a nearby shard of glass and tried to saw off the shade-infected portion of her side. Jeez. Before she could, her darkened left arm grabbed her right wrist, crushing it. Kainé screamed and dropped the shard as the sound of bone crunching on the bone filled the air. Kaha! Stupid idiot girl, you're possessed now, Sunshine. There ain't no going back. The voice laughed again, a loud, long wail that seemed to go on without end. Possessed? Whispered Kainé. Yeah, possessed. You and me? We got what you might call a timeshare arrangement. Remember how folks used to think you were a freak? Well, wait till they get a load of you now. Kainé looked up, tears in her eyes. The sky seemed smaller somehow, darker. Is this because of that shade? Is this how they see the world? So, listen, purred the voice. I know this whole possession thing seems quite sudden, but it ain't all bad. There's plenty in it for you, too. I'm a very powerful creature, Sunshine. And now that power belongs to you. You got enemies? People you want to kill? I can make it happen. That little fat kid who kept picking on you? That big old shade that squashed your granny? We'll wrap him up in their own assholes. I don't know how you would do that, but sure. No more abuse for you, Sunshine. No more pain. Wait, said Kainé, you're a shade. Why would you help me kill another shade? What, you think I'm some kind of racist? Some killing snob? I don't give a good goddamn who you murder, honey pants. I just want to drink from the well. This is quite the personality. Kainé considered this as she struggled to her feet, the power of the shade coursing through her. The smoke from her house was drifting away with the wind, and she enjoyed the way the cool evening breeze felt on her new left arm. After a long pause, the voice spoke up again. So, how about it? You and me? We got some good times together. Look, I'll even take care of the bloody part if you don't want. Fuck off, asshole, muttered Kainé. I'll handle the killing. Screamed the voice. Look at you go. Oh, sunshine, we're gonna have so much fun. So listen, my name's Tyron. If you ever need me, I'll just be hanging out in this piece of meat you call a heart. Now get to it. The more you kill, the more your heart turns rotten and sour, and I like rotten and sour. Jeez. Kainé found herself nodding at the voice. Yeah, she said. Yeah, I can work. I think this can work. I'm going to find that shade and I'm going to strangle it with its own guts. When I'm done, I'm going to do the same to you, Tyron. Count on it. Ha, laughed Tyron. I've shit bigger than you, so good luck with that. Oh, and hey, one more thing. Right now, you and me are sharing this body. But if you ever run out of hate, if you ever, go soft, then I'm gonna take over everything. Just keep on killing, sunshine, and watch your back. Voice grew fainter and gradually faded away. Fading to somewhere deep inside Kainé herself. Kainé waited until she was sure the voice was gone, then waved her new left arm around a few times. Feels perfectly normal, she thought. Feels like mine. Desperately, she began poking and prodding at the new limb, determined to find something wrong with it. She didn't want it to feel normal. That would mean the creature inside her had already won. I am not a shade. I am Kainé. Repeating this mantra in her mind, she slowly began digging through the rubble of her house, being careful to ignore a certain red-stained spot in the corner. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity of heartbreaking work, she found what she was looking for. It was the wreath of lunar tears. Though it had been through hell and back, the garland's petals were as bright as ever. Kainé started to place it in her hair, then slowly lowered the wreath and stared at it. I'm sorry, Grandma, I'm so sorry, but I don't deserve to wear this anymore. I'm possessed, corrupted, a freak. And this time, I don't think there's any going back. Holding the flowers to her heart, Kainé fell to the ground and sobbed. As night gradually lightened to dawn, and the people of the area rose to their daily lives, she remained in that position, as if tears could somehow wash away the horror that now infected her world. It's not how it works, unfortunately.
Stay alive! Grandma. Kainé, you gotta live! You gotta come back to us! Oh, hey. Emil, you were the one calling me, weren't you? You still recognize me? Of course. I knew you right away. Thank you, Kainé.
Welcome back, Kainé.
Wow, you grew up. So, how long has it been?
5 years.
"5 years trapped in your own mind. That would drive someone crazy."
Shit. That's a long time. Any luck with Yona?
We are still no closer to finding her. We need a way to locate the Shadow Lord.
By the way, this is for you.
Is that a lunar tear?
It's not as good as your grandmother's, but I tried.
No, it's great. Thank you.
She shall put it in her hair and treasure it forever.
Kainé waking from her long petrified sleep.
Mm-hmm.
Emil's unflagging kindness. Our reunion was a happy one, and we let it wash over us like rain.
Yep, that's just like last time.
That is, until Devila and Popola had to go and ruin it all.
We've seen all this too.
Are you kidding me? You can't be serious.
Please try to understand. People are tired and scared, and I'm sorry.
This is...
It's a week.
No, you...
People as right. Well, sorry.
Yeah, we just watched that. Oh, I'm still playing
What is
this
the matter?
NieR.
Kainé always sleeps outside. Never...
We sh
Yeah, well, for yeah,
Much sleep that night.
yeah, she keeps them pretty wrapped
First
up.
time in my life, I hated Devila.
I think when the first time she had the black
first
scrawl
time
appear
in my
on her
life,
body
I
too, it was always in her left arm.
But those feelings are pointless in the end. They said and did what they did for the sake of the village. To protect it from the horror of the Shades.
Uh-huh.
Really, how can I blame Devila and Popola? In the end, I'm just as bad. Because I never once stopped to think about Kainé and Emil's situation myself.
Yeah, they're completely formed from shade, so I could see why she would feel that way.
I should apologize to Kainé and Emil, but what good would that even do?
I got a fire going.
Wait, is that...
Campfires are... I'm so happy to get to talk to you again, Kainé.
Yeah.
Okay, this is new, I think.
I tried everything I could think of to save you, you know. I polished you with a special cloth. I poured warm water over you.
Wait, you poured water on me?
it might work. You don't even know.
Yeah, but it didn't really do much except make you all shiny.
Hey, Emil. Thanks for saving me.
I guess you noticed how I look different now.
Yeah, I'm sure you caught on by now that I'm a horrible skeletal freak monster.
I'm sorry, Emil. I'm sorry for all of it.
Well, I mean, this new form isn't all bad, you know? At least I can look at you when we talk, right? Hey, so why don't you tell me something about yourself?
I'm not very interesting. Sorry.
Come on, I just want to know you better. Please?
Fine. This all happened when I was a kid, before the whole shade possession thing. My body is different. And when the villagers found out about it, they started treating me like a freak. But one person, my grandmother, accepted me just as I was. No matter how bad things got, she gave me the strength to keep going.
She's really special to you, huh?
Yeah.
Oh, hey! That gives me an idea. Since we cured your petrification, we should start looking for a way to cure your possession in my body. I know we can do it if we all work together. Heck, it'll probably be super easy.
I don't know about all that. Super easy. Nothing's ever seems to be super easy around here.
Let me guess. More warm water?
Okay, can we just forget I told you about that?
No, we will remember it forever. Yeah, so both of them are just trying to both of them just trying to find ways to make it where they won't be banished from the village anymore.
sleep well,
Sure.
and yet your red eye. Don't be so hot.
I need to go see...
Very well.
Anyway,
What might that be?
It's Mom's diary.
I have not heard you speak much about your mother.
Ah,
She got the Black Scrawl and died when I was little.
My apologies for bringing it up.
It's all right. I can barely remember her face anymore. This is the only thing I have left of her.
this is
Reading
new.
it helps remind me of when we were still a family.
I see.
But the final entries get a little strange.
In what way?
Well, here, take a look.
You think that scene wasn't in the original? It's possible they added it. What the? I gotta take my break. I didn't think there'd be a whole new cutscene because I looked at it. I didn't want a shelf. I'll be right back, guys. Didn't mute my mic. Oh well, it's all good. So speaking of reading a ton, this is something my wife got for me just the other day, and I'll have to start reading it soon. So more reading, even more reading. It's this here. It's Love Sickness. Junji Ito. It's apparently an anthology of stories, from what I understand. So yeah, I'm gonna be reading through that soon. It'll be fun. Good times. Good times. There is one Junji Ito story that I've been trying to get for a while now, and I can never find a copy of it. It's Tomy. I like to read Tomy, but I just can't. I never have a copy of it. Yeah, I like Junji Ito stuff. It's very interesting. Very interesting take on body horror and the weirdness. No, Starbrain. That doing that in front of the same place where you stream seems like a bad idea. Just from a oopsie perspective. Anyway.
Can you not hear me? Why are you standing about like a slack-jawed ninny?
Sorry. Felt like I was dreaming or something.
Sleeping on one's feet is quite the talent indeed. Come now, there's the door.
Oh.
Right. Let's go.
Oh, we're I think you guys mentioned this. We're we're Daddy NieR instead of Brother NieR. Weird. Proceed to beyond this point. You will be unable to save until the battle is over. Okay. This is the world of the recycled vessel created to avoid the destruction of all. Okay. So this is where the board chases us up the tower, right? What the f... Animations are slightly different, not a ton, but a little bit. You can't aim with this thing at all. It's very annoying. I just jump down. That'd be nice. Yeah, he has a cool eye patch. That is correct. He lost his right eye at some point. Yeah, Junji Ito's a very you know, Junji Ito, he comes up with all these weird stories and stuff like that, but he's a really seems like a very kind and caring person, which I guess you know, a lot of people who come up with those kinds of stories are that way. He also is an insane cat person and loves his cats a lot, and has done several stories about his cats. So, is it through the store or what the f... Oh, it's down there. Oh. Okay then. I guess I can't jump down there then. Okay. The Black Scroll, a lost destiny, a white book, a false truth. Yeah. Yeah, as we found out about the truth about Grimoire Weiss, he was not meant to be the one who ended the Black Scroll with his sealed verses. So the thing I don't fully get about I don't know. Maybe we'll find out a lot in the plot later, but it'd be nice to know why the shades act the way they do necessarily, you know. Because it feels like you wouldn't have to go about it this way if they were just trying to get their bodies back. It seems like they're trying to murder their bodies, so I don't know how they can get back into their bodies if they were doing that. Seems like that couldn't work. Definitely something. Soldiers of the Earth, cracked salt thing. I don't know what it said. It said something. Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, outside of the you know, the bigotry and stuff like that, I think for to his friends and stuff like that and people he respected, he was not a horrible person. But there is that the whole thing. There is unfortunately his beliefs at the time and stuff like that. That would be what I believe is called problematic at this point. So, I don't get what the point of this is. Everyone has sword fool's embrace. That's true. For Dragon's corpse brought death to the world, delivering unto it the power of magic. That is a true statement, yes. I'm aware of what that is particular thing is referencing. Oh, it's behind them as well. Okay. That seems fair. I... Weapons are insanely important. Yeah, Starman, that would be an interesting conversation these days. Although to be fair, I think if he lived today, he wouldn't think quite the way he does. He did back then. He might. Oh wait, anyway. Black sickness stains the future. They journey to return to soulless vessels. They sure do. The shades do that a lot, apparently. Yeah. Lovecraft today would probably be a how to say it, one of these people who were I would let's say that he'd be one of these states' rights people. I would go that far. Anyway, that's not neither here nor there. But yeah, H.P. Lovecraft's wasn't the best at dialogue, which is why he stayed away from it as much as possible. To be fair. You know, you have to be fair to that degree. At least he didn't think he was amazing at it or anything. He was willing to say like, yeah, I really suck at writing dialogue, so my story should probably just not do that. You want the U.S. to go back to Britain? I don't know about that. I think his he had a strong error in his life of ultra nationalism, not for the U.S. But for Britain at the very least. I think in the modern day that kind of viewpoint would have shifted to be ultra nationalistic about the U.S. in general. He'd be one of the people that's for closing the border and halting all immigration. I mean, he was back then too, so I mean, he probably would today as well. Holy fuck, that's annoying. Platforming in my NieR game? It's more likely than you think. Yeah, the hand kills everything. They kill bosses with it. You might as well kill the shades with it as well. Tame the Kabuki outfit. Interesting. You earned 1,000 experience. Good for me. Most of the time, Sarbanes, yeah, Britain's the... Okay. Is that just more... Is that more of this? Yeah, maybe I'll do that later. You have a junkyard today. Why is 2B such a good Italian chef? I can't even think of a good answer for that. So, why is she a good Italian chef?
Something wrong?
I feel as if I've just awoken from a most unpleasant dream.
I know what you mean. That happens to me whenever I read it.
What the hell is that about? That don't make no sense.
Hey.
Oh, I pretty much.
Oh,
Yeah.
sorry.
You don't let him.
Oh.
Because near a tomato? Near a tomato? What? I don't... I don't know what you mean. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, grab your...
Stop. You didn't do anything wrong.
Oh, tomato. Oh. Oh.
Yeah, you're just trying to protect the villagers.
It's...
I
Oh, you... That's it.
But
So,
don't...
yes, it took... I all the fair... That's...
thanks. I'm really... Alright.
Okay.
For the
Okay. I just don't know what to do with you guys anymore.
The shopping district should lead to the boat landing.
How excellent to know the canal is finished. Hopefully this puts our days of running all over behind us.
Yeah.
The faster we can move, the faster we can save Yona. Let's use it as often as we need.
Used to tell a lot of jokes before. Jokes are cool. All your jokes are inside jokes. Yeah,
Which
only you
jobs should I
would get
give
them.
you first?
The Masterless Lighthouse. Did I do that one?
Come back.
Didn't I already do the Masterless Lighthouse?
Hey, you.
I've done this one too.
Treasure map. I'm collecting them. So that's why I'm looking for a new...
I've done this one too already.
Sure, I guess I shouldn't.
One could hardly expect it.
Old.
Why?
Everyone seems to be so...
Oh, you. Yeah.
So some of the quests are starting over again, and some of them aren't. Hmm. You're a faux pas. You are a faux pas, that's true. You guys know there's
Hey,
there's a single phrase you could tell me to make me sad. There's a single phrase you could tell me to make me super sad. You wanna know what it is?
The lost shrine's up ahead, just past this cave.
as well as left.
The phrase would be, you have to complete all the quests to get one of the endings. Some will be worth doing again? I don't think that's true. Oh. Yeah, leave Gretel alone. Like the quest with the postman in the big shade. Quest with the postman in the big shade. Okay. Oh, if you say so. So we're doing like we did in Alamada, where now we're starting to get some of the backstories behind some of the bosses. So the two giant robots were Hansel and Gretel. And they don't like the shades. They think the shades are evil or defective, as they said. So for those two robots, the Hansel and Gretel, I guess they had they were ones that shades managed to fuse with or something. So yeah, I get what you're saying. Then if they're gonna do that with a lot of other stuff too, then basically any quest where we any quest where we had to deal with some kind of special shade or something like that could possibly have scenes like this. You again, stop bothering me. Your mirror vice has been taken away. Hansel is dead. There's no reason for me to exist anymore. My life is over. Just leave me alone. Are they trying to cheer him up? What? Are they trying to cheer you up?
Ain't you excited, sunshine? We finally get to bathe in blood.
Don't talk to me.
I want to kill so bad I can barely stand it.
Oh, huh. Okay, so he didn't go away. He stayed in her head. Oh god, I just can't fucking bother to kill shades. Let's find the staircase and go up. So, yeah, something I wrote the post about that I kind of wanted to talk about while we're here. All of the Summer Game Fest stuff is going on, and E3 and whatnot, all that crap is happening, so I was considering co-streaming some of it. I don't have to do all the quests to get an ending. Cool. That's good to know. But yeah, as I was saying, my thought is to do, you know, they let you co-stream the events or whatever. So I was gonna try and co-stream some of the stuff. In particular, there's a PC gamer thing going on tomorrow, and there's a Nintendo Direct on Tuesday, and I was thinking about doing those. I've never done them in the past because I don't know that, you know, not sure that anyone necessarily needs my input on it, maybe, but maybe it'd be good to no, it's all about community and whatnot, so maybe it'd be good for community purposes to, if I could kind of talk to everybody about what their games are excited about and what kind of stuff they were looking forward to, and all that goodness. So, figured I'd show up, I'd co-stream the ones that I'm interested in, that I think I would have some things to talk about and get hyped about.
What's with these guys?
Certainly not your garden variety, Shades.
Their bodies aren't fully functional.
Say, I've heard of this. A cursed area where incomplete shades gather.
Incomplete shades. Okay. I don't know what makes them complete or incomplete. But yeah, so the only stuff I've checked out from the Summer Game Fest is the stuff from the first day. And some of it looked pretty interesting. Not all of it. I'm not a Tarkov person. I don't care about Tarkov, and that seemed to be like what a lot of people got hyped up about. But well, the PC Gamer stuff will be tomorrow, like immediately after when my stream normally ends. So I'm just gonna keep the stream going. Yeah. So I'm not big on Tarkov. It just looks like another generic shooter to me. I have no interest in it whatsoever, but people seem to like that series a bit, so it's cool that they're getting some more stuff. Also, the big thing was the reveal trailer for Elden Ring and the release date being announced for Elden Ring. And as usual, you know, with my deep love for Dark Souls 3, those aren't typically my kind of game, but I'm happy for people who like the Dark Souls and FromSoft games and stuff like that they're getting the next in the series. I've always liked the lore and the stories and I've always liked the stories and stuff like that, and the lore and everything for the Dark Souls franchise. I'm just not particularly good at the games themselves. So that's cool for everybody that they got their that the Elden Ring's finally got a release date, and it's not that far in the future either. It's gonna be next January, so no, not too far out. Not as far out as I think some people were afraid it was gonna be. You're happy? I think you're happy. Okay, yeah. I've treated you all poorly. I mocked you, betrayed you, all because you went Gestalt before the change was complete. You all went Gestalt before the change was complete. After all this, I think I can understand you. I think we can speak as equals. This makes me very happy. Hope we can spend the rest of our lives. And then I burst in. Yeah. They're all like, we're going to spend the rest of our lives happy and loving of each other. And then like, surprise, slayers. And I come and just stab them all.
Kainé, Emil, look, from now on, I'm going to sleep outside with you.
Why?
Yeah.
I can't accept that you aren't allowed in the village.
It'll be a lot like Dark Souls, just like all their games are, but it'll have its own things. It'll have its own aspects and gameplay features and things like that. That'll differentiate it.
You still don't have to stay out here with us.
Emil.
You got a super important mission. You can't sleep out in the rain. What if you catch a cold? Besides, I like camping with Kainé. Sometimes we sit around the fire and tell stories, or roast...
Emil, that's enough. I got a fucking image to maintain.
Yep. Yeah, it'll be cool. FromSoft typically doesn't make awful games. Their worst games are just fine. So it's a good thing. I'm sure people will be happy with what they're given. Hopefully, anyway. At this point, I would have to think that they've learned from some games that have some questionable stuff in it, like Dark Souls 2. I think at this point they've learned from that stuff and kind of figured out more what they're doing. Armored Core and Metal Wolf Chaos are super dope. I've heard that. I've not played them myself, but I know people really enjoy them. And speaking of Souls-like games, there's a new game from the Salt and Sanctuary people. It's Salt and Sacrifice this time around. And that one I could maybe try out because I can actually play the 2D Souls-like games, even if I can't play the 3D ones worth a damn. Moving in 3 dimensions is too much for me. My brain can't handle it. Don't you touch them. Oh, he's just defending the shades from us.
What's going on? There's dozens of them.
Stop, little ones. They're too strong for you.
These are creatures of the darkness. Lure them to the light. Pathetic to the end, I see.
Aim for that statue. It's the leader.
I'm not their leader. It is I who rely on them. So we're basically we're the assholes here. It is they who saved me. Stop hurting my friends.
Oh, you're funny. I'm gonna start crying here.
Yeah, so we're the assholes here. I also have a lot of salt too. That's true. I'm a salty person.
Felled the beast.
Those are my friends.
This is one stubborn son of a bitch.
Damn it, damn it, damn it!
Hey there, sunshine. You ain't feeling bad for this freak, are ya? Ain't no turning back now. You gotta lust for blood. Embrace the slaughter. All we know is the thrill of battle. Ain't that right, Kainé?
Yeah, we just murder people. I do think it's interesting that the Tyrion guy understands them completely, and it makes him just want to kill them all the more. One of the. Oh shit! Yep, kind of gets sick.
Oh, you're kidding me!
Move, move! Come on, you stupid arm, move! No arm for you, sir. You are what we call the dead now. Yeah, that does put a new perspective on it too. The fact that Kainé's been hearing this the entire time and still killing them all anyway. It's very interesting thought. So the idea that they were sentient creatures this whole time has always been something she's known. Which makes her reckless slaughter of them not quite as
Kainé, are you all right?
not quite as forgivable. Look at.
I fear there is little we can do for her.
No! Kainé!
So sorry, you said one of the guys from the trailer looks like Smoke from the first DS. Are you talking about the guy with the giant like cup of fire on his head?
It's all over for you, sunshine.
Kainé! Kainé! shade.
We've no other choice. We must strike it down.
Kainé! Come back!
Oh, she's back.
Oh dear.
Kainé! Kainé!
No, that's cool, kid. All right. Sounds like a good time.
Kainé!
I couldn't hold it back. I can't be with...
We're always going to be together, Kainé. If you transform again, we'll just stop it again. As many times as it takes.
Yeah, oh yeah, this is the
I don't
part where
care how
Emil
tough it
auto
is.
skips
We're
all the
gonna get
dialogue.
you back. I like sleeping outside because I'm with you, Kainé. I'm able to ignore my appearance and keep going because of you. I'm weak and I'm sad and I'm lonely, but you make me strong. You're my friend.
It is pretty cool that Pokemon has continued to be a big deal for kids for so long. It's been a big deal for kids since I was young, so
All right.
it's been quite a long time.
Stop crying. And I'm all right.
Over there.
Yep, we can't quite go back there just yet.
And it's now.
Yeah, kitten, we're fine with
It's a
weapons.
cipher of some kind.
Can you...
Yeah,
At least
no.
give it there. The law, the Lord, and but
Not if we... You're just...
it's a
Yeah,
but.
Because...
the junk...
Oh, and listen. The
I'll try.
Yeah, so we're doing like an Automata.
Popola said we might be able to...
Perhaps...
We're doing like we did in Automata, where we start getting the names for the bosses and start understanding, like start hearing what they're thinking as the fight's going on, which is always fun because it always turns us into murderous assholes. Oh, okay, Wolfer. Yeah, that's what I figured was that we'd just save those till we get to the beat the game part of this playthrough, and then we'll do that. Yeah, I played through one segment of him. One segment with Papa NieR, but there's many more apparently. It's basically just a boss. It's basically just a not a boss rush necessarily, but a how to phrase it? Endurance match, like a horde mode type playthrough stuff. So where you go, the NieR's mother's diary segments. Here's some.
Where'd they go?
Oh, hey.
Get him! Don't let him escape!
Yeah, what the hell? He's got nowhere to go. That's a dead-end room. Oh, okay. It's all coming together now.
Who are you?
Khalil.
Military defense robot, P-33. You are an intruder. You must be eliminated. Error. There is something leaking from your eyes.
Turns out you will die anyway. Crying, you big dumb robot. I miss my mom.
What is crying? Who is Mom?
Doesn't matter. I can't see her ever again because she's dead.
My creator is also dead. He perished hundreds of years ago.
That's unfortunate. Hundreds of years ago, really?
874 years, 10 months, 14 days, 4 hours, and 43 minutes. 44 minutes.
Geez, he built this robot really well if it's managed to run for this long. Aren't you lonely?
I am incapable of being lonely, or missing others, or crying.
I'm crying because I don't want to die.
You will die.
If humans catch me, they're gonna kill me.
Why will they kill you?
Well, you were about to kill me. What are you talking? Sniff. Wah. Poor little shade.
I will not permit the humans to kill Khalil.
That's a type of weapon. Huh?
Military defense robot P-33 will protect you.
You're gonna help me?
P-33 is charged with defending others. P-33 will defend Khalil.
Oh, hooray. Thanks, robot. Since we're friends now, I'm gonna call you BB. His name is P-33, damn it. I'm not sure, kitten. I'm not sure which of the rooms that was.
Man, there's gotta be tons of machinery here.
Yeah, but I don't know how much we can actually use.
Oh, wow. Check this out. It looks brand new.
Hey, be careful, all right? This place is dangerous.
I'll be fine.
Oh, no!
Huh?
Look out!
Huh? 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 Jacob? Oh God, this can't be happening. Jacob! Jacob! No!
Yeah. His evidence that the robots are the ones to blame are because there was a robot around when it happened. Hi, how's it going? That kind of sucks. Yeah, there was a robot somewhere nearby when his brother died, so obviously the robot was responsible. Wow, that was scary.
The noise of the intruders caused the structure to fail. They should have proceeded with more caution. One intruder has perished.
Oh, that's terrible. I don't think they were chasing me. They seemed nice. Yeah, well, not anymore. They definitely aren't now.
The junk heap. Perhaps we should speak to the brothers. They might know something about this.
Yeah, they might. So, supposed to take a break real quick, so I'm gonna do that, and then we will find out just how insanely murderous the brother is at this point. Yeah, well, it's a weird twist of fate, for sure. That's a big thing I've noticed with these games. Like this one and Alamada both.
Oh, hey, you. Oh, my. It's a. What it. You not. No, I'll just. Never. I.
It's an interesting thought.
Yeah, can you? I can. If you. I'm only. Also. You.
A lot of this stuff seems to be like, you know, through a pure lack of communication. All these horrible events transpire, and they could have all been solved if like us and the Shades were able to just talk to one another. Or like with these robots too, if we could just understand and speak to the robots, maybe this stuff wouldn't happen.
Sounds like you went into a dangerous area for the sake of the business.
Yeah, it's an interesting twist that a lot of games do, where they kind of let you know, it's just because you're just because you're the character being played as doesn't mean that you're the right doing good things with all this wanton slaughter. Mm-hmm.
The elder brother postponed his joy for the sake of his sibling. Do you think he was
And I think that's almost all the times that's what takes a game that's good and makes it great. Like you said, you know, it's not good. It's not enough for the gameplay to be cool. You also need to. It's not enough for the game just to be cool. You also have to have like a good story or have something compelling and interesting about it. And they definitely managed that with these NieR games. They make something unique. No, it's not just a run around stabby game. It also, it's a sit and think about what the hell you're doing type of game as well. It's like it turns out. Turns out maybe just because they look like bad people that maybe you shouldn't. Just because they look like they're monsters, maybe you shouldn't just go around and slaughter everything you find with reckless abandon. And as I was saying, it seems like it's all just a communications issue, right? It's all just a matter of like they can't talk to one another, and the being unable to talk to one another has caused these huge misunderstandings. Although it does bring to mind the idea of like the shades in general, like why. So the thing about it is in this game, the humans in this game wouldn't be so gung-ho about killing the shades if the shades didn't like kill them every single time they left the house. So you have to wonder about like where it all started. It seems like it's a conflict that's been going on for forever, and like who started it and who did it, because and also like in the case of this, the mother and child shades here, it feels almost like, you know, there are shades that have killed us in the past, so we're just going to assume every shade we see is going to try and kill us, and maybe that's not the case. I would imagine since they are humans, it's just a matter of, you know, some of them like to kill people, and some of them are assholes that should be killed, but maybe some of them aren't like that, you know. So I have to imagine, like I said, the shades are just humans, so any sufficiently large collection of humans are going to have a few that are assholes that try to kill you, right? It's a matter of whether it's right to judge the entire group because some of them are bad people. And in that regard, it becomes kind of, I guess, like a cycle of violence. This never ends. Who triggered all these robots? That makes you question what the characters are trying to achieve. Well, for most of these guys, it's revenge, right? They have somebody in their past who was killed by a shade once, so now all shades have to die. See, and that's the issue too. It's like shades like Tyrion who are the reason why other shades are dying. The humans kill the other shades, right? Because I mean, he is a shade who is very obviously a kill crazy asshole, psychopath. So he gets all the other robots killed. I mean, not robots. All the other shades killed by humans because he's a kill crazy asshole. What the f... Did I get it? Oh, that was the wrong side. I need to be over there. I don't think I can reach... that door from here, actually. I think I tried it before and it didn't work. Yeah, it doesn't work. Ugh. So yeah, I think I kind of wish games like this would be more popular with the general populace, because it'd be nice to have more more games where they actually do something interesting with their plot and not just the same old, same old. I think it feels like I can't get a bomb here no matter what I do, can I? Like there's no way in hell to get a bomb here. In time from one of these other rooms. I think that's one of those ones where you have to come around from the other side. Maybe? But yeah, like I was saying, games like I don't know, games like Call of Duty and stuff try to make you seem like try to seem like they're trying to do the whole like, oh, were we the bad guys all along kind of stuff, but they kind of do it in such a ham-fisted and dumb dude bro kind of way that it doesn't really resonate with me as much. Plus in these games, they kind of abstract it out to where it's just it's more of a thought process of the human condition in general, and it's less about nationalism like the Call of Duty games are. The Call of Duty games seem like they're mainly like, it turns out foreign people aren't all evil. It's like, well, yeah, that's true. Thank you for that brave stance. But non-whites from other countries aren't bad people. What do you know? What a brave take. But you know, I guess somebody should say something like that. You know, if you feel there's enough people in the world, enough people that don't feel that way, maybe it's a statement worth saying. Maybe it's a, I am burdened with this. I am burdened with this thing that's called human empathy. So a lot of these kinds of, you know, life lessons are things that's like, well, yeah, obviously that's an obvious statement. I don't know why you felt the need to come out and say that, but obviously it's not a obvious statement. Or else it wouldn't be a message that they felt would need to be delivered. Well, they're at least popular enough to where they are at least popular enough to where they get remakes and stuff to be done. They you know, they have the backing enough to have remakes and remasters be done for them. So that's good at least. They're not completely forgotten about and abandoned like some cult classic games have been. Like for instance, as you mentioned to me, the fact that there's a 2B skin in Fall Guys now. I found the reason why why that is. I can't remember what it was now. There's something. Oh, sorry, I hit the mic. There's something new with NieR coming out soon. God, I can't remember what the hell it was. It's like a show or a movie or something's coming out. I can't remember what it was though. Also, I couldn't have known I was missing it, so it's not my fault. I take no blame, but I apparently missed that last Sunday was the date of NieR's birthday. Yeah, the 6th. Last Sunday was NieR's birthday. I didn't realize that. I don't remember the game ever telling me that June 6th was his birthday, so I missed having a birthday for our dear NieR. Oh, there's a mobile game coming up. Okay. I knew there was something, I just couldn't remember. Yeah, I think, and what you're saying there, Wiffer, I think that's why I'm leaning more towards independent indie games these days than AAA games, because I prefer the games that I play to be made by people who are passionate about it and who actually care. And by people who, you know, it's not just a 9-to-5 job they're showing up to; it's a passion project for them. So that's why I like games like this, and the early Silent Hill games were like that as well. The last Dad of War, you know, God of War game was a serious passion project. I mean, they had the big AAA budget behind it and everything like that, but you could tell the people making it like really cared about the story and the game itself, and telling the story that they're trying to tell and stuff like that. So it made the game way more okay. It made the game way better in my opinion, because you could tell that the people making it actually cared. But yeah, I think that's what I was trying to get at with I forget who I was talking to about it. Like the in general. The fuck? Oh, I'm just at the getting the memory alloy part of the story. I am not at the go down and kill the shade on the robot part. Okay. yeah, well, unfortunately. Turning an artistic medium into a soulless assembly line of making money is not a good thing to me. Anyway, let's just look at this cutscene here. Okay, ready? What's a ship?
A large seagoing vessel that carries freight and passengers over bodies of water.
Oh, he's teaching the robot about the outside world. Yay, you're so great, Beepy. You've learned so much.
You have taught me much, Khalil. You have helped to expand my vocabulary. You have instructed me in the ways of the outside world.
There's tons of stuff I don't know either. Maybe we should leave here and explore the world.
Because we are friends.
That's right. Yay, it's gonna be fun. Yeah, it's gonna be lots of fun. You guys are gonna go see the world, and nothing bad will happen soon. You guys will be fine. Don't worry. take care of her.
That's some pretty. I'll start upgrading your weapon. And since you did me a favor. Well, this is got no sense. That would.
It appears we have some free time on our hands. Hope you will
Yeah, nobody wants to go back to the Forest of Myth. This will be great fun times. Nothing. At least I don't have to read through it again. Thank Christ. Like we all already know what happens in the story. Oh my fucking god, these ladders. There. Yeah, so just you have to let the guy sit on this ladder for a second. Just let him sit there and be like, all right, now we can go. Now is the going time. Gotta drift to a stop. You have to board drift to a stop. That's how it works.
the home of that blasted dream.
Yeah.
Truly a nightmare I hope never to experience again.
Well, get ready to experience.
Oh, what? Did you? And I don't.
Weird.
Oh Christ! This more of this.
We are the grass.
Hang on. Wait, does that mean?
No, this is the same as last time, right? Yeah, we've read all this before. Yeah, it's all the same. I'm not going to read it all again. Yeah, so I didn't think about it before, but even the tree was
You let it slip.
Come on, we have to go back.
it's random. It's randomized. Answers to the questions are random. That's good. Sir Azure Brown. So I need to know how many friends she had. 33. Jesus Christ. Yeah, I like how Vice is like, hey, wait, this straight's talking to us and trying to communicate a message to us, and, and our character's like, screw it, and just keeps killing it. The most important thing in the world is Yona, given to a tree.
What? I never. With the
Okay.
Maybe very.
Go talk to Popola. So we could go through the entire thing not talking to her until we were done, I guess. Well, no, we have to talk to her to learn about the we have to talk to her to learn about the what's it? The thing. Oh, the sands out in the desert. Yeah. Alright, so this guy doesn't ask us to do a quest for him again. Alright, so yeah, so I think we need to do the quests that you can do again. Because as Swiffer said, like some of them have differences in them now. So I wonder if it's just any of the ones that are available to be done again are different now. Or have differences in them.
as of calm.
Let's hey.
Is it?
Yeah.
I wager the damage with.
Like the treasure map thing. I forget what we have. I'll always do for this treasure map. I think we have to collect stuff and then bring it to the guy and he fixes it.
Learned anything new about this?
You know, you remember. Not. I just.
Yeah.
That's right.
You're a.
I'm a.
What?
The air and not.
You're a. I won't. There.
Well, try.
Alright, so as much as I would love to just run off to the area, I think we will go to Seafront first.
Alright, let's go see the chief.
Oh no. Can anyone... Is anyone hearing me at all? Okay. It seems like we're running. Okay. My chat's disconnected, so give my chats a second to catch up. Sorry, one of my had internet problems. So
Was a soul-crushing place.
we're having internet problems. I'm sorry, guys. I'm trying to get everything set back up so I can actually read. I can see some of your stuff. So thank you. I'll as soon as my chatbot client's running again, we'll get going. Okay. Sorry about that. My internet had a little bit of an issue. And yeah, Kitten. I figured you wouldn't be able to be on the streams for a little while, so that's cool. Don't worry about it. It's fine. And yeah, hey, am I? We're running through NieR once again. This time around, all of the mindless shades that we've been mass murdering are all have voices and talk and say, "Hey, I'm a sentient being. Don't kill me," and then we kill him anyway. And I think the most disturbing thing about that is the fact that you know, the guy we're playing as doesn't know that, and I think Emil doesn't know that as well. But Kainé is fully aware that all of the shades that we're killing are sentient and talking, and she just doesn't care.
It'll take a hell of a prep.
And she exact.
Well, we fly.
Yeah.
Well,
What? Can you? You know what? Should but how could?
A red jewel, is it?
No idea where to get this red jewel.
Store might deal in such articles.
Let's go check it out.
Yeah, let's go check it out. That's cool, Kitten. You know, I know you've got stuff going on, so I mean, you do what you can. You know what happens in NieR, so I think, at least I think you do. So you know, I'm not gonna bring any earth-shattering revelations to it. I don't think. I will likely just be thoroughly confused about some of the stuff that happens. That's the thing too, is I don't think I'm oh, whoa. My system is seriously lagging right now. Is everything... Looks okay. Okay. It was just on my end, I guess. No, but you know, I consider myself to not be an insanely stupid person or anything. I'm kind of intelligent, and some of the stuff about some of these plots in these games still confuse the hell out of me, and I don't fully understand. But I think that's what people who dig into the lore and the backstory and everything are for.
Hey, buddy. Yeah, listen, anybody.
Yeah, I didn't do this. I didn't actually do this last time because it was too far into the story. By the time I got that quest, I couldn't go there anymore. Yeah, Warfer seems to know what's going on. Better than I do, at least.
You used to be friends as oh,
what it?
the light youth. I'm sure.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you. While you're at it, 10 mysterious. We'll need 10 broken.
What am I missing from that? I forget what I was missing last time. The broken lenses. I can't remember where you get broken lenses from. Yeah, Starbane. I didn't want to say that, but maybe that's what it is. Maybe it's just a plot that I'm far too white to understand. And yeah, no, I've talked about it before, but you know, watching animes and watching anime and reading manga and stuff, the ways that Asian cultures tell their stories are very different than how stories I usually partake in are told from like a European standpoint. It's a way different plot.
Yeah.
Oh, I need this.
Sure. Hey,
Yeah, this is the don't open the crates quest that I didn't complete last time. And he's here now.
Hey, what? There's a real. Yeah, well, people say we're all too scared to.
The shades are becoming.
all right.
Yeah, and this is the quest for the giant shade, out in the fields. And am I missing anything here? I don't think so. Yeah. So there's one more quest that goes out to the Lost Shrine. I can't remember what it is. Which one is it? I wish I could remember. There is one, but I just can't think of what it is. We also have these quests up here in the mansion. I imagine we can at least do the one where we have to go to the library and kill that shade that's really hard to kill. Because it seems like it was a non-violent one that was kind of just trying to do something. And I'd be interested in hearing what it has to say while we're murdering it for no reason. For absolutely no reason whatsoever. The boat shade?
I swear I will.
Okay, so we don't have the... I guess we can't do the quest here yet? I would imagine that's one of the quests that you would be able to do again, because it's like it seems like some place where you'd have an opportunity to talk to the shade, because he was definitely not violent. So the abandoned boat. Oh yeah, they had a little girl, the little girl shade. Yeah, we'll have to see if we can do that quest again. I imagine you can. Alright, so I'm gonna do something real quick. We have a word edit thing here. So I'm gonna take this one here and change it up so that instead of this, it's got the drop effect. There we go. There we go. So we have the extra 15% drop rate. That should help because there's a couple of rarer materials that drop off of things that I could use. The abandoned boat. Yeah. I'm trying to think of where, you know, the abandoned packages. I'm trying to think of the other places those things could be. I'm not 100% on that. Anyway, excuse me. We should go to Facade at this point. Seems like we have a couple of things to do at the Strange Things shop.
I think this is one of the...
Yeah.
She asked me not to look.
Yep. We're going to not go looking through their stuff. Indeed. We will not do that. We will be good little delivery boys and not open the package. Opening packages you're not supposed to open is how you find crimes that you'd probably rather not know about. So I'm trying to think of where else has water next to it. The desert technically does. The desert technically does, but it's sand. But I think it's still technically the river. I'm not 100% on that. Anyway, I'll check it when we're there. No, I just had a thought. I wonder what speedruns of this game look like. Like, are there any big breaks or anything? Because speedrunners are constantly looking for like sequence breaks and things like that, and things to like go out of bounds or whatever. So I wonder if there's any of that stuff in this game. I imagine there has to be.
Each time we encounter that bickering couple anew, we are made to endure an even further torrent of meaningless and incessant chatter.
Yeah, they love to talk, all right. Remind you of anyone?
Grimoire Weiss is 100 times their better. You don't see this old tome flitting about starting Donnybrooks and Set2s now, do you?
Donnybrooks and Set2s? What the hell does that mean? I've never heard that phrase before. A Donnybrook. There are 5 parts of the Fisherman's Gambit? Jesus. I'm gonna have to do that crap off. I'm gonna have to do that crap off stream. I'm not gonna sit here and fish for forever. That would be an intense amount of fishing. And I still haven't figured out how to make those fountains do anything. So we've got that going for us. I can't wait. I have things to do. Oh, that's the chick who wants me to give her pink flowers. Oh god, oh god. The pink flower quest. Jesus Christ. Ugh. I guess I'll do that quest. It'll kill me and it'll kill my soul to do it, but I guess I will.
So we're looking for a red jewel. Long story, please don't ask. You happen to have one?
8 parts for the fishing quest. Jesus Christ.
This is less a jewel and more a simple rock.
They're quite valuable back in the day, but no one cares about them anymore. Honestly, it's just wasting my precious self-space, so I'll let you have it for free if you want. Obtained red jewel, question mark? I believe someone out there who wants a rock like that. Guess there's no accounting for taste. Yeah, I have another quest to come out here to you for. Why aren't you letting me turn that in? So I thought I did. Yeah, the sands.
Let's head for Back Dude's house so we can give him his jewel.
I imagine it would be quickest to make for seafront by way of the canal.
But you have to talk to him to get to the canal through seafront. Like, fuck. Just give it to him at the canal.
I believe there are plants that can grow in this desert.
Yeah, this'll never work.
How do you mean?
I mean, if plants could grow here, it would be full of them. God, books can be so stupid sometimes.
That's true, Kainé. That's true.
Have you ever planted anything before, Kainé?
Nope.
Well, then you don't know. You gotta try things out for yourself.
Indeed. Experimentation can often be the key to new knowledge.
You guys sure are a bunch of optimists.
Hey, can you... And what...
Alright, so I need all that stuff to fix it. I don't think I have all of it. I think at the very least I don't have the machine oils. Yeah, I don't have any of this stuff. Oh, Jesus. I don't have goat hides either. It's fucking goat hides. It's always goat hides. It's always goat hides, everyone. That's always the lacking thing. The scattered cargo side quest? Well, yeah, I know there's the one at Seafront, but I don't know where the third one is. It has to be somewhere where there's water, obviously. It's just I don't know where that's at. The shoreline in the Northern Plains? That makes sense. Hello, Wolfer.
You got a red jewel? Oh, this is amazing! Here, come with me to Seafront so we can get ready to give it to her, okay?
Yeah, we'll do that. Bask upon your gloriousness. I am. Don't believe me. I'm definitely basking. Large shade has been sighted in the Southern Plains. I don't think that's true. So in the Northern Plains, the only place a box cargo could be is down here. A couple at least, yeah, Woofer. A few. See, look, I'm doing it right now. There it is. Fuck.
Successful fishing requires patience, concentration.
Screw your
drive,
patience.
ambition. Shh, you're scaring him away.
Yeah, Vice.
Right.
You can't hit me, I'm fishing. I'm immune. I got a bucket. Hooray. I want this.
Looks like this is one. I said I wouldn't look inside. Let's just get this over with.
I dare say I can see no reason why the old woman would need all of this for herself.
That's not for us to say.
Look, man, you're not allowed to monitor someone else's lifestyle, sir. if she likes to she needs that much to get by, you know, she needs that much to get by, man. Understandable, kid. Yeah, a long day. I know it's rough. It's hard to stick around.
You got a red jewel? Oh.
Food shopping will be here. Oh, do you do that remote shopping stuff where you
Welcome to Seafront.
I've been here tons of times. What the fuck you mean welcome to Seafront? Do you do the online shopping, they deliver it to you?
I'll hurry and get the apples and flowers together. So what say you just head on over to my place? See you soon.
See,
What a
we've
journey this has been. Let us make for the couple's home at once.
we've tried that online shopping for groceries and stuff, but we have it happen way too often where they forget stuff or they like don't have anything, and instead of telling us they don't have it, they just don't get it. So we show up and like, oh well, shit. I guess we don't get some of this food we thought we were going to get today. And things like that. It happens all the time, so we just given up on it.
Hey, this is... She doesn't want us looking... Okay, that's all the cargo.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the stuff's not the system's just not quite reliable yet, but it'll get there one day.
We've got your car.
Ah, excellent. And everything seems to be in good condition, too. Here is your payment. Please take it.
All the payment.
Also, I know the owner of the item shop in this town. I think you should find your future transactions there a bit more welcoming.
Cool.
That's good news.
Yeah.
Oh, you know how it is. In my line of work, people tend to owe you favors. Anyway, I'd best be off.
Talking about your line of work being the mafia? She's in the mafia, everyone, just in case you didn't pick it up yet. Mafia grandma, that's right. Even old ladies can be cruel and ruthless.
And we most certainly recall you, madam. That lover's quarrel you had back then was the stuff of myth and legend.
Sure was.
Oh, hey! Welcome home, honey pants.
You guys are weird.
Hey, Snookums. So, remember how I said I was going to make things up to you after that whole wedding anniversary fiasco? Well, I tried and tried, but I just couldn't remember what I promised to get you all those years ago. But I had these two gents help me out, and we put together a whole bunch of stuff we thought you might like.
Yeah, all kinds of things.
Huh. Well, I'm glad you put so much thought into it, but these are all wrong. Very wrong.
What?
Then we went to all that trouble for nothing.
And she's an unappreciative bitch, I can tell you that.
Honey, the only thing I wanted was a nice home-cooked meal. Back when we were newlyweds, you promised to make me a big feast of all your tastiest dishes one day.
Huh. Now that you mention it, work has been so crazy lately that I haven't done much cooking at all.
I know how hard you've been working your little tushy off for my
Wait.
sake, Muffin.
What work does she do? What's her job?
So, here's your punishment. You're making dinner tonight. And you two are going to join us.
Oh God.
Wait, us? You sure?
Vice eats like a pig, man. You don't want him to come around. He'll eat all the food in your house.
Of course I'm sure. It's the least we could do after all the trouble this big lug of mine put you through.
Most people just pay me in money, but sure. We'll do this. I'm sure this will be entertaining. Dear God. I kind of imagine
At a dining table
being
filled
around them
with
at their house.
apple-based cuisine, red roses, and a single crimson stone. Illuminated by candlelight, the married couple fills the room with joyous laughter. The scene fills me with an unfamiliar sense of calm. Just a happy family gathered around the table. It feels so very normal.
Yeah, until they both go batshit insane and start screaming at each other.
I thought I'd feel this way again. So I stuff my face with the great feast before me, hoping it helps to hide the tears welling in my eyes.
Eat the pain away. It's a good plan. It works out well for lots of people.
So, what did you think of my love muffins cooking?
It was all delicious, ma'am. I can't thank you enough.
And though it boggles my mind to say it, I greatly enjoyed the company and conversation.
Yeah, I'm surprised too.
Sorry again for all the trouble, but I hope this lets you know how grateful I am.
3,000 gold,
He
wow.
can be a handful, but I hope you'll continue being friends with my husband. Oh, and we'd just love to have dinner with you again sometime.
Take care, kitten. Hopefully you get all that get all the groceries put up without too much trouble.
Would we ever? Things get pretty boring when it's just the two of us.
Oh, I'm sorry. Am I boring you now?
Oh god, why do you have to say that?
Oh, wait, no, that's
You gotta watch
not
what you say,
I
man.
meant, obviously.
We've been down this road and know where it leads, lad. Flee at once.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, we're just gonna go. Thanks for dinner.
Bye. Yeah, but just as a thought, like, just imagine living your life like that. I don't have to do it. I don't have to worry about it myself, which is thankfully. But just imagine having to live your life like that, like constantly worried and walking on eggshells, afraid that the next thing you say is going to set off the other person.
Hi there.
Like no matter what you say, anything you say, the next thing could set them off and send them on a spiral of insanity.
Come back.
It's like that's not a good way to live your life, everybody. Don't do that. Don't stick around in that kind of relationship. It's absolutely 100% unnecessary. Like that's the kind of relationship where it's like, and that's something to say. I know it's not very romantic. It's not a very romantic thing to say, but it's like sure the person that you're with, you might love them and have a lot of feelings for them and stuff like that, but it's like I know we have this romantic theory in our society typically of like this, love at first sight or this idea of a soulmate or something like that, but I am here to tell you, even if you love the person that you're with, if they're a piece of shit person and make you feel bad, just find somebody else. Like nobody has a single person in their life that is the person that they love. Like there are lots of people out there that you can love as well. So go find one of them instead. There is no such thing as the one and only person for you. Go find somebody that you love that is not a piece of shit to you. Yeah, or just be alone. Some people do well alone. did that, didn't I? Didn't I kill the shade in the plains? No, I do, but yeah, I know it's a fairly non-romantic way to view the idea of love and stuff like that, but it's a more honest way to view it. You know, nothing. There's lots of people out there that you could be with that would make you happy, so you should go be with one of them. And that's my life lesson for the day. Close the book, you say. What does that mean? Yeah, I killed the giant shade here, so shouldn't I have credit for that? If I go talk to the postman, will he say, hey, you got it? The quest update does not seem to indicate that. I hate fighting these guys because they have that stupid dive attack that they do. It's so fucking annoying. I really do. I find I really dislike that in games in general. If there's any attack where the guy is just like, I'm just going to do this, and if you touch any part of my body while I'm doing this, you're going to get hurt. It's like, that really sucks. I hate that in general, which is why I hated the Osiris fight in Dark Souls 3 so much. He is by and large a very fair fight and not that difficult, but he has that one stupid fucking attack that he has no wind up for, no indicator for, where he just jumps forward and hits you, and if you're touching him anywhere, then you just take an insane amount of damage. And that's a spoiler alert for my next part of Dark Souls 3, I guess, is that's what makes the fight with him so frustrating. It's because when I fought him, when I fought him the first time, I was at a level where if he did that attack where he jumped forward and hit me with it, then it would just one shot kill me. And that feels like garbage to have a fight where that happens.
Please help us.
Did I kill it too soon? Like, was I not allowed to kill it before I got the quest, or did it not count it, or? I don't get why I can't do it. Why can't I do this quest? Like, it seems like you'd find them here, right? So why is this it? Like it seems like you'd have to fight him here, right? Oh, sorry, my chatbot's not keeping up. My internet is shot today, guys. I'm sorry if it's causing any interruptions with the stream, but my internet has gone to complete shit. And you've been talking to me, and I did not see it at all because my chat client is not keeping up with any of the chat. So I'll have to look at OBS over here instead. Stream seems fine. Yeah, the internet's been going in and out here all today, so fuck's sake. Okay. Girlfriend was telling me do more chores around the house. Oh, I see. You're making a joke about the subject of the sentence, right? Change the subject, so she rephrased the sentence so the subject of the sentence was different. Literary jokes. That's quite the literary jokes. That's quite the interesting thought. No, my internet's been shot for a long time. They sent me a new router thinking it would help, and I guess it didn't help. So I'm just gonna look it the fuck up. What was it? King of the Southern Plains? Or Master of the Southern Plains. Alright. A large shade has been sighted in the Southern Plains. Seaver and Postman has asked you to defeat a large shade, report back to their and gold. Similar to a British in peril, the large target will only appear in cloudy weather. Okay. It's cloudy. So that's not what it is. If I'm struggling, I hate these fucking walkthrough websites that need like 10 pages to just tell me what can be said in 2 sentences. Don't write me a whole fucking article. Just tell me 2 sentences. What the fuck is he? As for the weather, you need to make it cloudy while you're exploring the southern plains. You can do this by entering and exiting the area through different entrances. If you enter through the south gate of the village and it is sunny, you need to leave the area through the quay entrance. Just turn to the southern plains, rinse and repeat, and eventually the weather should change to overcast. The armored foes in the small open area in front of the seafront are your target. This is the same area where the king eventually appears. So I need to. So he's not that one. He is down this way. He's down in this area.
Impossible.
There he is.
Who knew the shades had grown so large? And this close to a human settlement, no less.
They probably ran out of stuff to eat up on the mountain.
Kainé, keep your guard up.
He's not that hard.
We've avenged the postman. Let's go report back.
All right. So I was just assuming it was the different area than it was. And it's really weird the way that my internet's broken too. For instance, everyone else in the house, like my wife's been messaging me every time it's happened. That several times since I've been streaming, the internet's been off, has cut off, but the stream still happens. So what's happening is, like, anything that is currently a continuous stream of information, like a continuous connection, like the stream, is completely fine. But if you try and do anything new, it completely shuts down and won't let you do it. And it acts like the internet doesn't work. And it just doesn't make any sense.
Oh, I don't know what to do about all the postmen who quit.
So I don't know. I don't know what the hell's going on. The internet has obviously gone haywire. Yeah, it's very, very unusual. I'm not sure what to do about it. What am I doing? Where am I supposed to be going right now? I can't even remember.
The wife and I, anyway.
Where's that? Where am I going?
Learn anyway.
It says the seafront is my destination, but it's not.
My wife's anyway.
Where the I don't have no idea where the hell I'm going. Yeah, that's a thing around here too. Well, except for it's not rats, it's squirrels. As it turns out, any kind of rodent, such as squirrels or rats, really enjoy chewing on cables. So they chew the insulation off of your cables, and then water gets in them, and it knocks them out.
What have we got?
We haven't had that issue.
Job should I give you? Facade's looking for help.
We haven't had that issue for a while.
I wrote down the.
So,
Oh, doesn't look like I have any.
it's not. I don't know if that's what happened or not. Maybe it's happening again. It has been a long time.
I hope you find your Yona. I really do.
Which is why I kind of wish we had we just had fiber here, where they buried underground, and nothing will bother it anymore, except maybe moles.
I cannot fathom that village setting up a mercantile. They must have truly opened their minds.
Yeah, I have my doubts.
Aren't you glad to be going back home, Kainé?
Home? The place is a shithole.
Ooh, the village. It's home to so many terrible little memories, isn't it, Kainé?
Hey, Tyrion, how about you stop being such an asshole?
We do not desire.
We do not desire needless conflict.
If we can continue to live with humans, then we can continue to live peacefully.
But that young man will come.
Uh-oh.
Yes, the young man will come.
He will kill us all. Women and children included.
What should we do? What can we do?
Just hide in your homes and hope I don't find out. Well, that, which goes extremely well for them, by the way. Oh, she has the, I didn't realize she has the painting of her, that she did of her grandmother still, as well. You see that it's on that board that's hanging in there. It does look like a shapeless mass of nothing. But, hey. She was a young child. She tried her best, damn it. I think any of the quests I have at the moment I can do after this happens as well. Actually, the crap. Actually, the Great Tree quest is way harder to do. Oh, and the map quest as well. Oh well. I wish I could just buy machine oil somewhere. Machine oil is always the limiting factor on those. Always a limiting factor on that damaged treasure map quest.
Everyone will...
So this was a community where the humans and shades lived together, I guess. And we kind of made that all go to crap.
I hope you.
My whip. Thanks.
Well. Come back.
Yeah, we needed the eggplants for that one quest.
Come back.
Yeah, we came by and wrecked the place, which is weird. You wouldn't think that this place would have. You didn't think this place would be like a cohabitation like that, because they obviously have issues with anyone who's different than them. So why are they cool with shades? There are no weapons at the blacksmith. See? There isn't anything. Yeah, I have sunrise. It's right there. I'm using it all the time. It's a spear I use exclusively. I think I bought it almost immediately as soon as I think I bought it almost immediately as soon as I started the, part 2 of the game. Because I think all the blacksmiths in the world sell it. I think. Maybe I'm thinking of a different spear, but yeah, I've used this one as long as I've had it. It's too powerful. It's way more powerful than all the other spears, so I'm just sticking with it. Yeah.
Hello? We came to ask... As you're...
It may be faster. Let us ask her.
Powerful than the Phoenix Spear? I don't have the Phoenix Spear, actually. So I wouldn't know for this one, actually. It's the best one I found thus far, anyway.
I don't believe it.
Okay, so the doom coming to the town has always been us.
Letter, huh? So you...
Which is it, man?
Oh, and if I may ask, are you friends of Kainé? You could say... Ah, I've heard the rumors. Here to hunt shades, are you?
Indeed. Our aim is to defeat every
Oh,
last one.
that's why they attacked us. Obviously. Because, okay, so this makes more sense in context now. So, we have a reputation of mass murdering shades everywhere we go. So we show up here, and the shades ask us, "Hey guys, what are you guys gonna do to the shades if you find them here?" And we say, "Oh, we're gonna kill them all." And they're like, "Oh, okay."
Every last one.
And then obviously this happens. We walked into their town and told them we're gonna mass murder all of them, and they're like, so they fought back.
Beware, this man is a shade.
Damn it! It's a trap.
I figured as much.
It was, yeah, we're like, it was a trap, and it's like, no. We showed up in their town and said we're gonna kill them all, so they took that personally, as it turns out.
Want some help?
A carnival of murder? I love it.
Of course you do.
But not all of them. Some are still human, so be careful.
It turns out. Yeah, it turns out when you show up to a person's town and say, "Yeah, we're gonna kill everyone in your town," they take that personal. Who could have foreseen this?
It's all over. This village's history.
It's their fault for kidnapping our sister first. I guess that is true, Wilfer. That is true. This one actually is the best one in the game, according to you, Starby. Fair enough.
Get out of here! No way! I'm not going to abandon my own sister!
Kainé, what's going on?
I mean, to be fair to them, they didn't personally kidnap our sister, right? One of them kidnapped our sister, but not all of them.
Stay back, kid. Your sister is one of them now.
I don't care what she is! She's my sister, and I love her.
So, I still don't understand how the shades work. It doesn't make any sense to me. Why have you done this? We just wanted to live our lives in peace. You monster, you possessed monster. It's you have lost your humanity. You are the true monsters.
What madness. These people are behaving as if we are the villains.
You are the cursed ones. You are the ones who should die.
Kainé!
Kill them! Kill them now!
No! You've got to stop this! We're trying to save you from the Shades!
Villagers are
They
under
are
attack
the
over
Shades. So I don't understand how it works. So are these people... Are the people in this town like actual people?
Gotta get up! Emil, watch Kainé. I'll go clean up over there.
Alright.
Like are these... Are the people in this village like actual humans? Not the shells like we are? Cause that's the only way they can turn to shades, right? Like humans turn into shades. Like humans, not shells. So are these people actual humans? It doesn't... I don't get it.
What could those black swirls be?
Shade! My husband's a shade!
Oh God, help us! Help us, please! We are shades!
And then these people are saying that they're not shades, so I don't... Doesn't make any sense.
Go away! I can't deal with this! Just leave me alone!
Okay, but that doesn't make any sense with her, because they say, like, humans are shades. The people are shades. Like, human beings, like, the actual humans are the shades. So how are these guys turning into shades if they're not actual humans?
By my pages, is this beast a shade as well?
I don't...
That thing sucked up the villagers.
No! If we keep this up, we're gonna kill them all! We can't let that happen!
I don't know, it doesn't... Our village, our world, where am I? Who am I? It's a good question, Giant Eyeball. I don't know what you are.
I feel something from within the creature.
They disguise themselves as humans, but I don't... Or maybe they're just... Maybe the shades who actually are, you know, merged with the replicant body.
It will take more than a barrage of magic to stop us. The first to waver is the first to die.
Okay, so we can't hit them with right now.
I sense magic coming from the center of that eye.
But if they're in their replicant bodies, they shouldn't be turning the shades, right? Because that's the reason they turn the shades is because they're not in their replicant bodies.
Wait! I think those are actual people!
Hold nothing back. Those are shades.
So it just doesn't make any sense to me.
Magic on the beast's center. Such speed. weak point is located around the back. Try attacking it from above.
I will.
I'll try to pin it down.
Emil!
Emil!
I'll keep it busy. You should be able to attack from behind. Go around and get it. Please, hurry.
Emil can handle this. We must circle behind the creature at once. You must strike it in the eye.
Thank you for that master strategy, Vice. I appreciate. Oh, fuck's sake. Should tell me not to fall off the bridge. Apparently, that's the part I couldn't get. This is a tough fight, by the way.
It is escaping to the inner level.
I'm coming. Gotta catch my breath.
Careful, Emil. Won't help anyone if we lose you here. God damn it! We beat the hell out of that thing. How can it still move?
Its combined powers are beyond even my greatest suspicion.
Come on! Help me take it out!
I'm on it.
An express trip, you say? Sounds dangerous. No, I was showing how insanely difficult. I was showing how insanely difficult this boss was with her by just holding the controller up and just tapping R1 until it died. The first attachment is functioning properly. However, continued caution will be required well into the future. Discussion about dealing with something or other. Yeah, I'm glad you guys are thinking. The bot needs thinking.
Emil, wait.
It's handling a lot of stressful stuff.
Emil! He's gone. His instincts have taken hold. The ultimate weapon is being deployed.
Ah, fuck. This ain't good, sunshine.
Tyrion's like, wake the hell up, please, so we can get out of the blast. Turns out that meal might be a little powerful. Just maybe. Well, we wiped out the whole village. We're the heroes. Yay. Uncontrollable magic. I have to protect the people I love. That was my only thought as I unleashed a magic powerful enough to destroy not only the Shade, but everyone else as well. All of them. So many innocent lives. Destroy, eviscerate, crush, kill. Deck. Destroy, eviscerate, crush, kill. Deck. The deck philosophy. I like it. These are the dark impulses that override all other thoughts. As a being that was created to be a magical weapon, these are my instincts. Or maybe it's better to call them our instincts. Yeah, because he merged with his sister. I guess so. I guess Woofer. It's just I thought the whole idea was they turned to shades because they're not in their shell bodies. So once they're in the shell body, they should just be a human or a person, not a shade anymore. So I just don't know. It doesn't make any sense with the idea of how the shades are created. It doesn't make any sense that they would be in their shells because they should not be that anymore. I don't know. Waxen sounds from deep within the bowels of the laboratory. Thick metal-struck shutters drop down, sealing off the room with a series of dull metal thuds. Abort the experiment. Number 6 is out of control. Everyone get out of here now. Get out of here. And then they die. The researcher's words are abruptly cut off as a massive hand materializes out of the gloom and lifts him high into the air. The researcher begins to scream. He screams and screams, the sound echoing off the walls of the laboratory, until the hand squeezes down, coating the room in a deep crimson hue. The rest of his colleagues stand in silence, mouths open, unable to process what they have just seen. Then a female scientist takes a step back and lets fly with a heartbreaking wail. This is a terrible mistake, for the sound of her cry suddenly brings forth a monster in all its terrible glory. Its body is a bloated corpse, its head a grinning skull, and it is massive, many times the size of a human. The head lolls from side to side as it tromps about the room on all fours, bringing to mind the wild maneuverings of some wretched starving beast. This creature, this thing, is experimental weapon number 6, also known as Halua. The sister. Oh no, please stop. Oh God, save me. I don't want to die. Well, too bad. What you want and what happens is two different things. One by one, the maddened cries of the researchers are silenced. If number 6 understands their petitions, it pays them no heed, instead continuing its rampage of destruction and slaughter with a focus that borders on obsession. After an eternity, the screaming stops. The alarms fall silent. And only then does the creature make a sound, howling out with an unfathomable I can't speak. A roar that echoes up and down the empty halls of the blood-soaked laboratory. It's a sound that curses those who had dared to bring such evil into the world, and yet one that also seems to be pleading for help. Yeah, she wants her brother to come stop her. She doesn't want to kill everybody, it's just how it is. You think Shade Possession is different from Reuniting Spirit and Shell? Maybe, because... So I guess the difference is, like, for instance, the instance of the Tyrann or whatever, it's not the shade that goes to the shell that's happening. It's just a random shade that's finding a random shell and going into it. So it's not the shell made for that shade. It's just a shell that happens to exist. So maybe, yeah, so maybe the fusing process doesn't happen correctly. I don't know. Two sets of footsteps echo in an otherwise silent corridor in the first level of the laboratory. One set belongs to a young boy, his eyes blindfolded and his hands restrained. The other belongs to a sphere man in a long white coat. The man drags the boy along by means of a long chain attached to a set of shackles on his wrists. Rubble is scattered here and there across the floor of the corridor, making the journey an exceedingly difficult one for the boy who cannot see. Excuse me. Will you please walk a little bit slower, sir? I'm not used to being blindfolded and... Rather than stopping, the man only increases his pace, causing the boy to stumble in an attempt to keep up. This last humiliation proves too much, and the boy finds himself unable to arrest his fall. Without the ability to brace himself, he topples to the floor, smashing his head on the pile of debris and causing a trickle of blood to worm its way down his pale, frightened face. Agonized by the pain, The boy inadvertently opens his eyes, causing the falling drops of blood to emit a strange crackling sound before transforming into tiny white rocks. Close your damn eyes, roars the man. Yes, sir, stammers the boy as he slams his lid shut. He hadn't realized the blindfold had slipped off during the fall, but now he keeps his eyes squeezed shut so tightly that sparkles appear against the black of his vision. The boy is Emil, also known as Number 7. He has a magical weapon whose eyes are capable of turning to stone anything that falls under their gaze. Don't look at me, barks the man. Never look at me. I'm sorry, sir. I'm looking at the ground now, so if you just hand me the blind... Instead of waiting for him to finish, the man extends one foot and presses Emil's face to the floor with a heavy black boot. Sir, stop. You're hurting me. I told you to keep your eyes and your mouth shut, so do it. Gee, this guy's an asshole. No wonder Emil's such a little worrywart guy who's overly kind to everybody. If he was raised this way. The man knows this boy. This weapon could wipe him out in a single glance. And yet subduing him in this way gives him a sense of relief. After making certain the boy is sufficiently cowed, the man leans down, retrieves the blindfold, and knots it tightly around the boy's quivering head. Right then, on your feet, let's move. Yeah, so it's a hatred born out of fear, apparently. As most of the stuff in this game is. Emil staggers to his feet, trying to ignore the red liquid oozing down his face. The blood doesn't matter. The pain doesn't matter. All that matters is finishing the job they had set out for him to do. The second level of the laboratory is even worse shape than the first. The environs are littered with rubble and rock, making the thought of a decent foothold laughable. When the man's eyes linger on a section of rubble stained a deep red, he has a sudden image of warm, gooey brownies slathered in strawberry sauce. What? This guy is... okay. His stomach lurches at the thoughts, but when he attempts to avert his eyes, they land on the remains of a human being rendered into what could only be described as paste. The man blinks. His mind goes strangely blank before attempting to determine exactly how many humans had to be sacrificed to create the scattered piles of flesh around him. After a moment, his thoughts simply cease altogether, as if his mind realizes that trying to put such a thing into form is folly. Yeah, don't think of it don't think of it. Just keep moving. You can go the rest of the way on your own, says the man in a voice much weaker than he wishes it to be. I mean, what does it matter? You're not even human, you're a monster. With this, the man spins around and dashes back down the hall. Helpless Emil simply listens as the footsteps of his erstwhile captor fade into the distance. Emil finds himself alone in a room with a stench of death and blood. For a moment, he considers opening his eyes, but the thought of the horrors that await him, quickly squash this plan. Instead, he stands still and listens intently. Eventually, a far-off sound reaches his ears. That's the howl I heard before. Sorry, I can't talk like Emil. Emil resumes walking, using the sound of the distant voice to guide him, almost as if it's calling him home. By the time Emil reaches the third level, he is moving on memory as much as sound. His hands and face are covered in fresh wounds from numerous falls, but every time he thinks about giving up, his mind returns to his sister. We studied together, we ate cookies together, we cried together, we laughed together, and sometimes I was the only one who got yelled at. That's why I was never lonely. Our being together allowed me to stay strong. For Emil, his sister was all he had to live for. So holding that feeling close to his chest, he presses on, one slow step after the other. Finally, Emil finds himself drawing close to a certain experimental chamber in the deepest parts of the laboratory. The howl is very close now, and as he touches the switch that controls the door, he thinks about the mission. Number 6 is the ultimate weapon. She is his sister, and he must turn her to stone. The door slowly opens, revealing the massive interior of the experimental chamber. After a few steps, Emil removes his blindfold and slowly opens his eyes. His sister lurks before him, but she looks nothing like the girl he once knew. Instead, he sees a savage beast crawling on all fours through the shredded remains of researchers. As the thing that had been his sister stops and tilts its head in Emil's direction, he focuses his gaze on it. A series of soft crunching sounds emerge from the creature as its magic does its terrible work. First the fingers, then the hands, arms, legs, head. What little color the beast once possessed fades to a dull ashen gray, and yet somehow it summons what strength remains and pulls itself towards Emil, one slow, lumbering effort at a time. Wailing, the massive monstrosity closes in. Is she worried about me? Or is she coming to kill me? Emil feels prepared to accept either outcome. After all, this was his older sister, the person he loved more than anything else in the world. Hello, The moment Emil speaks, number 6 comes to a sudden halt. Silence descends on the chamber as the siblings stare at each other. I'm sorry, Halua, but everyone says you're too powerful. They say it's too dangerous unless I seal you away. I'm so sorry. As Emil watches her body begin to turn to stone once more, number 6 simply waits in utter perfect silence. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Yeah, he is definitely sorry. So if he did that to her, how did she get pinned to the wall? The moment number 6's petrification is complete, her memories flood into Emil's mind. The two of them huddling together in the cold, all alone in the world, with no one to protect them. All she wanted was to save her little brother. And yet it was her little brother who, in a sense, saved her. The moment the petrification is complete, Emil sinks to his knees. A frozen sister and a little brother racked with sin. Alone in this cold cage, the two of them weep in a single, silent voice. So they must have been... Yeah, they were twins. So they kind of shared that connection with each other, I suppose. It was our combined power that destroyed the Aerie. Whole existences, entire lives, even their memories. We took it all. We took everything. My sweet, gentle sister turned into a monster, and the same thing will happen to me now that I have her power. If my instincts as a weapon win out and destroy me in the process, if that power ends up hurting someone I love, Yeah. That's Emil's deepest fear. He almost killed Kainé too, so... I'm sure he's a little upset about that.
What have I done? I killed innocent people. I killed them all.
Yeah, you killed way more than you think you did too.
But you saved us. If it wasn't for you, we'd all be dead. We owe you.
But
It's all right. Really. Don't look back.
Yeah. You're a shark. You're a shark. Sharks can't look behind them. Always look forward.
We had best be...
Yeah.
All right. That will be all for today. But before we go, I wanted to pull up something that will very much get myself this copyright protected or blocked or whatever. But that's fine. They can have the ad revenue off the stream. I don't really care. I want to show you guys. A little bit of something. I don't think there's any nudity in this particular scene. There might be, though. We shall see. Alright, so this is Conan the Barbarian, starring Arnold Schwarzenegger and James Earl Jones. James Earl Jones is going to tell us all about the realist deal.
He raised that snake from the time it was born.
Yeah.
You killed my mother. You killed my father. You killed my people. You took my father's sword.
He did. He took his father's sword.
It must have been when I was younger. There was a time, boy, when I searched for steel. And steel meant more to me than gold or jewels. The riddle of steel. Yes. You know what it is, don't you, boy?
Yeah,
Shall I tell you?
his dad brought it up to him.
It's the least I can do.
His dad raised him thinking about the riddle of steel.
Steel isn't strong, boy. Flesh is stronger. Look around you. There, on the rocks. That beautiful girl. Come to me, my child.
He leads a cult, by the way.
That is strength, boy. That is power. The strength and power of flesh. What is steel compared to the hand that wields it? Look at the strength of your body, the desire in your heart. I gave you this. Such a waste. Contemplate this on the tree of woe.
Yeah, the tree of woe is not a good place. Obviously, as the name implies.
Crucify him.
Yeah, it's not a fun time. It's out in the middle of the desert, whatnot. Yeah, so that's what we were talking about a little bit earlier. Is the idea that all the tools in the world mean nothing if you don't have somebody who's talented at using them. And that's the riddle of steel. The riddle of steel is that finest swords, the greatest weapons in the world, are nothing if not wielded by somebody who is competent and talented with them. And the fact that no weapon is inherently good or evil. It's all about how you use them. Yeah, there you go. A little bit of philosophy for the end of the stream from a classic Schwarzenegger action movie. Yeah, that's from the Conan the Barbarian movie with Arnold Schwarzenegger. It's an example. He was given an example. What's a cult without a little bit of random death of the cultists? Are you really running the cult if you don't kill off your members? Are you really? Yeah. But the riddle of steel was something that is supposed to come in by his father when he's still a young boy. He told him that it's important. It's imperative. It's like the most important lesson of his life will be figuring out what the riddle of steel is. And James Earl Jones is right. His character Thulsa Doom, the cult leader, is right as far as that goes too. So he gives him the grand answer to the riddle he's just been searching for his whole life, which is kind of a kick to the teeth to Conan as well, because it's been his life's mission to try and figure out the answer, and he ends up getting the answer from the guy he hates the most. It's a good movie. It's a really good movie. You have to get around Schwarzenegger not quite being able to speak English very well, but that's neither here nor there. Anywho, that'll be the stream for today. We'll do some more tomorrow, and again, I'll mention it tomorrow as well. But I'm gonna I'm gonna check into it. I think you can do it. I'm gonna co-stream the PC Gamer stream after my stream tomorrow is over. So you guys can hang out if you have time or don't. I know it gets late. I know it gets late by that point. So, yeah. Anyway, I'll have a good day, guys. I'll talk to you tomorrow. Yeah, have a good one.